welcome back to the live commentary of the European Youth Championship in Prague, Czech Republic. This is the live commentary of the sixth round, so hopefully we'll get to see some amazing games as the last time.
Yeah, so guys, I'm great to be back. Lucy is leaving after today's round. I will have a new co-commentator, Lena Miladinovic. So yeah, Lucy, you did a great job. So let's enjoy
Thank
today.
you.
Let's check what is going on in the playing hall. Let's see the camera from bird view, guys, so you be able to see preparation of the games. We can go full screen. Lucia, do you see something different than before? Players are arriving, arbiters are
Yeah,
there as well.
I've actually been watching the cameras for like 10 minutes already, or maybe 15.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of get to see when most of the players are arriving, which is, I would say now. But some of them were sitting at their desks already like 20 minutes before the round started. So yeah. And
That
actually, I have a fun story if you want to hear it.
yeah,
Like
sure.
one of the players in the category under 14, he actually arrived like 20 minutes in advance, and he just put his queen in front of the camera so we couldn't see his like game or face from the close-up
Ah,
camera. So that was
disguise,
very interesting.
disguise. What was the purpose? What do you think? Just accidentally, or he just wanted to be?
Definitely wasn't an accident because he did it with the black queen first, then he took the piece away and put the white queen in front of the camera. Yeah, I have no idea why that happened, but it was pretty funny to watch from like all of the cameras.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes actually for ECU TV, as we wanted to put some high standards, we were discussing. I was actually pointing out some, let's say, not mistakes, but obstacles for viewers. For example, it's typical sometimes that arbiters accidentally they forgot that there are cameras around, so they're approaching players from the camera side, and then you don't see the last moments shaking after shaking hands, maybe some small talk and so on. And also maybe people arbiters before the tournament has started put somehow their own way of boards, as you mentioned, maybe even pieces, and then later we realize, or let's say names of players, countries, and so on. So in future, of course, we want to make the most possible, the best possible experience for our viewers. Regarding play hall, I see on our bottom left, I see President of European Chess Union, Zuro Vazmaprashvili. Actually, we were together a few days ago in Croatian city Split. Youth games where chess is one of 10 sports. Also, FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich was there. Now I see that Marco Biagioli is having a mic and probably will announce a few minutes to start. This is typical. And let's say 5 minutes to start, 3 minutes to start, last minute, and then players are starting their games. Were you coming? What was your Lucia, your routine? Were you coming to playing hall much before, or just arriving at the last moment?
Yeah, I'm usually just right on time, like sometimes maybe even a few minutes late. But
Uh-huh.
I'm usually not the one who's sitting at their desks 20 minutes in advance, like writing out their score sheet. So yeah, I'm usually the one who's coming on the last minute, usually
Hopefully,
late.
yeah. Hopefully, you didn't lose on time when zero tolerance was the
No, no.
system.
No,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm careful. I'm careful. But sometimes, just touching up your makeup or something, it
Got
takes a
it.
lot of
Got
time.
it.
So
And do you feel your score sheet like whole columns, everything to the last thing, or you just write the names of your opponent?
well, I
Or
always used to write everything, the federation, the ratings, everything. And these days I usually write out just my name. but I realize it's really hard then to go through the score sheets and like find out what the exact game started. So now I'm just
Yeah,
doing my name, my
hopefully you're
opponent's
right.
name, and that's it.
Hopefully you write opponent's name. But there were some funny moments. Magnus Carlsen was playing, I think, in Qatar Open tournament, and then he was checking the right wording letters of his opponent. Yeah, sometimes there are some funny photos. Yeah, players are preparing. Also, tournament director Peter Pisk is there with Zurab and Marco, maybe providing some infos. Players are probably rested and eager to move on with the tournament.
But
So,
we
what do you
can
expect?
actually.
What do you expect from today's round?
I mean, we have actually a few players who have the full score, meaning
Hmm.
5 out of 5. So they're definitely going to be fighting for another point, trying to keep the full score. So I mean, there's many interesting games ahead of us, and yeah, it's hopefully going to be a fighting day. I mean, everyone should be well rested after the free day. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Although sometimes when you know your opponent well in advance, can also be tricky because although you know it's a free day around, you should rest, but somehow it started, to cross your mind, and you start to think what to play. Maybe change your mind because you have so much time in advance. So sometimes it can be also a little bit mind exhausting. Yeah, but anyway, of course, it's always nice to have a free day. Also, I'm quite curious about your opinion regarding national shirts, jerseys. Do you prefer to play with maybe your flag on your shoulders, or something that you show that you're playing also for your country in this event, not just for yourself, or it's individual? I see some jerseys around, some national flags.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty nice. I always enjoy having my jersey on. It's a nice feeling, having your flag on, your federation. It's kind of you feel like proud to be part of
Mhm.
like federation, I would say. But only on this kind of tournaments. Like I wouldn't go in a jersey to a local tournament in my town or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty nice also seeing another players wearing their own jerseys and you know their friends may be coming to watch them in the same jersey. It's really nice to see. Yeah.
I agree. I see some countries. I see some my Croatian jersey around. I think.
You can see it from so far away. Like,
Yeah, because
wow.
we have this typical football jersey, which many people can recognize. I think this is Eric Golubovic, our best player. He likes to play in Croatian red and white.
What about you?
I was actually also sort of proud, but the thing is, sometimes in playing halls, in especially in like big and strong tournaments, like European Team Championship, arbiters know that people start, sweating, and it's really energy consuming, and then the temperature is a bit lower than usual. So I was quite happy to have something like as I said, maybe some hoodie or jacket, not just t-shirt. So I was mainly playing. If I will get, I got some Croatian national hoodie or jacket, then I would love to play. If it's only a t-shirt, I didn't feel so comfortable in that. We can see that the games are starting, right?
Yeah.
I think Zurab Asmaparashvili has made a move, and players are blitzing. It's always cool to see so many moves been
Yeah.
made at the same time, right?
Mhm. Also, the players shaking their hands in the beginning of the game. That's really nice to see, like all of the players at once doing the same motion. it's really interesting to
Yeah,
see it
and
from the
in
bird view. Actually, it's really nice.
it's very cool. In previous times, in former times, players will even exchange some small gift, small presents, for example, postcards. And I remember when I was playing in some youth events, I would get, for example, like Norway's postcard or something from Oslo. Yeah, that was something cool. Or I will give some present from Croatia,
Well,
but
I actually do that to this day because usually when we go out for this kind of big tournament, it obviously costs some money. So sometimes our the city we live in and we represent sometimes gives us some support, and we also get like little gifts, little presents for our players with the city, as you said, the postcards or pens or whatever. So I still to this day give out sometimes a little gift for my opponents. It's actually really nice.
yeah, I fully agree. Um so, what? Where should we go? Shall we check some other cameras? Let's roll around one by one. Our second camera. Let's check it. Right?
Okay.
It's girls under 18.
Yeah. On the second camera, it should be girls under 18, with white pieces playing Alexandre Dimitra from Greece against
Mm-hmm.
Orian Noga from Israel, which is in lead with 5 out of 5. And she's
Mm-hmm.
followed actually by Alexandre with 4 points, so she is 1 point in advance, which is great after 5 rounds.
Yeah, I agree. So some solid opening, right?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah. We will see what will happen next. So let's move on to next camera, which is boys under 16, right?
Yeah, it should be. Uh, So there we got Magolt Philip playing white pieces from Romania against Valak Sabu from Norway playing black pieces, both 4.5 points.
Yeah, who knows what will happen here? We will follow that encounter.
It
Uh,
actually quite looks like he's trying to remember his preparation based on his expressions in his face. What do you think?
yeah, actually, sometimes it's not that you are maybe forgetting everything, but sometimes it's rechecking, and you just want to be sure, are you in the right position, right game. Actually, I was checking my Norwegian tour. I've told you guys I was playing in Oslo in the Norwegian League, 3 rounds in late March. And okay, I've checked that there were some players who are present here. They were there, but the thing is, there was no direct encounter with my team. So I would maybe remember them a little bit closer, but still I remember, for example, that Axel Bu was playing against Sadvani, and then he was blitzing the opening, and later he got crashed. But anyway, I remember that he was a lot of off the board during that match, that game. So let's check the next camera.
So camera number 4, it should be girls under 16.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so we
And
can see Tchkadze Mariam from Georgia playing white pieces against Shotka Klara from Poland playing black pieces. And Shotka is the leader of the tournament so far with 5 points.
yeah,
And Mariam has 4.5.
yeah, playing some Karakan, right?
Okay, it looks like it.
And the next and okay, the last camera is boys under 14.
Yeah,
We have some
and that's going
uh,
to be a pretty interesting match for especially Czech fans because we have two Czech players actually playing against each other, and Svinek Václav
yeah,
with 4.5 points.
we can even read this because
Yeah,
his card is just right next to.
So
Actually,
thankfully we don't have the queen in front of the camera, but now we have the name tag,
yeah,
so
but
we still cannot see anything. Yeah, and he's
yeah, we might also move that.
yeah.
Ask our arbiters to move away a bit. Although now you never know. Sometimes young generations are maybe watching some movies, and of course, everyone remembers how Bobby Fischer was unhappy with the cameras close to the board, sounds. So who knows? It
How do
can
you
be
feel
also.
about it? Like, does it distract you or something?
No, basically, I was completely okay with that. I somehow I think that this is our necessity, and we must support media coming to chess. So I don't think that somehow before people were saying that chess it should be super quiet, uh, playing hall like in tennis. You shouldn't move where players are, uh, let's say, walking and I don't know, preparing for serve. So I think that we will adjust to that somehow at some stage this noise will be not fully acceptable, but it won't be like the main issue. Yeah. So
I mean, I
it's
would say it's basically impossible to make the playing hall like quiet because of how many players are there. Like, it's impossible, right? There's, I don't know the exact number, but we can see it's a full playing hall. It's impossible to keep it completely quiet.
yeah, and some top players they play like individual matches, like World Championship match, when you have like good chances that you will have like zero noise. And then at the same time, they're playing in many tournaments, many leagues, even in online events where there is some kind of sound. So, as I said, somehow we will slowly get used to it to think with some background noise around. But I think we know what's the main thing. I think, Lucia, the main thing is that you have like typical noise. So the noise you got used to it, chess clock, I don't know,
Yeah.
walking, maybe some small, I don't know, some small talks in behind. But if there is some sound which is not typical, then maybe you are not adjusted.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah,
I just
but
wanted to say the other name of the player on the board because we kind of get into chit chat a bit. So it's Delgadella playing against Pinyak Václav with again 5 out of 5. So this is gonna be a pretty interesting game.
yeah. So I suggest that we check this category. So maybe it's a moment to get a board. Guys, hopefully you can see the moves. At the same time, Lucia, maybe you can also prepare for our viewers info about big rating gainers, and maybe some people who are suffering a huge rating loss. Of course, guys, when we will be closer to the last round, we will also check are there any norm possibilities around, because of course players are playing for titles, for medals, but also sometimes is a norm challenge. So yeah, today's too early, but in the next rounds we will check regarding Sweden, and that they are missing probably a whole woman section. There are no girls in this event. I was checking some possibilities, but still haven't got any info. Hopefully, we will get it. Also, we need to remind our viewers that we are ready to answer some questions in chat. So, guys, subscribe and ask us anything we could assist, and any opinion we are ready to help. Lucia was actually playing this type of events. We played it last year, right? Yeah. So guys, you can have a like first-hand experience. So use it. Ask us and ask Lucia some question. Today is her last day. So let me check the boards. Let me check what's going on. So on the first board, as you could see on camera, unfortunately you couldn't see the white pieces because of this name obstacle of camera, but d4 was played, d5, c4, e6. As mentioned before, you will see much solid openings in open or boys section than in a girls section. In girls section, I see that players are taking more risk, so I'm not surprised that here we will see Queen's Gambit, e4, e5, Italian games, maybe even some Berlin endgame. So Queen's Gambit, g3, playing against normal Queen's Gambit setups, heading for a Catalan. Bishop d6. Okay, this is like a first sideline, I would say. Of course, classic says taking with c4 or closed with c6 is something players play much often. So g4, g3, c6, or bishop b4. These are the main moves in this line. Bishop d6. The idea is at some stage either to push e5 after taking with c4, or without taking, or jump to e4 and then play some triangle setup. Bishop g2, castles, knight c6. Now again, knight e4, f5 is an option, or to push e5 at some stage. Usually knight is not great on c6 because you're not able to form a chain. cd, ed, knight c3. So yeah, normal position. I prefer to play this type of opening with white, but of course still it's reasonable enough for black. Let's check another game. Once again, similar setup. Okay, Vienna's game, usually after d4, dc e4, there are some lines with queen with b5, queen a4, knight d7, e4, rook b8, b5 was not possible because then takes. So rook b8, bishop d3, b5, queen c2. I would say that white is having a nice position, but is still far away. c5 will be played, but then d5. Yeah, I prefer white in this type of positions. Here we have King's Indian provocation. This is how Bobby Fischer played. So he would allow e5 and then break through with knight e8, d6, f6. Of course, white can push at e5 and then even f4, but it can be sidestepped at h3. Now they have normal line. Bishop e3, c5. Similar like in Semish. In Semish, we have this position. The pawn is on f3 instead of h3. d5, and they transposed to Benoni, where black can take on d5 immediately, but black can also postpone it and play useful moves like rook e8, knight c7, a6, and so on. Bishop d3. Basically, white is preparing for this exchange. ed, b5. Okay, this is also known. It was played in few games, and maybe it's a useful choice for black, because after bishop c4, which will be played, a6 is coming, and white is a pawn up. But if black is prepared and finds some way, white might not be happy uh, to maybe liquidate too much. So he might be worried, if my opponent is well prepared, I might lose advantage, or exchange too many pieces. Why I didn't play, since the rating difference is like 200, why I didn't play something closed, with more pawns, more pieces on the board. So it's maybe a really useful approach for black. Forward board, what's going on here? Okay, this is also typical. Before, actually it was known that taking on d5 when the knight is on f3 is considered harmless. Why? Because after bishop g5, black can place his bishop to f5, solving all problems. Here the concept is that you want to place your bishop on d3 first, so that you're not allowing black to uh, play his bishop on f5. If the knight was on g1, that would be possible, because after e3, bishop f5, white would have played queen f3, doubling the pawn on the main line. But in this move order, h6 is useful. Because why is h6 useful? Because after bishop h4, as a black, you decide when to unpin. So this h6 is a key move in many openings, because at some stage black needs to unpin. And if you don't play h6 immediately, only later, after h6, white has a choice to exchange on f6, and you won't be able to play knight e4, for example, if you have this pin domination. So after h6, bishop f4, bishop f5, theory says that black is more than fine, succeeded in the opening to place the bishop on f5, and on queen b6 always. On queen b3, queen b6 can be played, but also even some sacrifice with knight d7. Magnus played this. The problem is that I'm telling you now a theory, and then Magnus would say, okay, uh, people are saying that this is not enough for advantage, but I don't play for advantage. I play for some uh, middle game with many things on the board. So I don't mind being equal. Next one, okay, this one is more challenging. We have Caro with f3. Okay, this f4 is quite strange, but maybe it's an option. It looks a bit premature, but okay, knight is coming to f3. The game to follow, I like it. This one needs Indian, much more sharp. F3. Yeah, it's quite complicated. This game is also to follow. So regarding some openings, I would say that, okay, first game complicated but still far away. Second one more complicated. This one, as I mentioned, maybe it will liquidate too quickly. This one equal at the moment. This one complicated. This one especially. Here we have some classical mix of Maroczy style, but the pawn is not on c4. Here we will have some more interesting stuff to follow. Okay, this one is more positional. White is at some stage ready to exchange. This one is in the opening phase. Yeah, okay, opening. Okay, I just skip this one. Bishop c4. So at the moment, I would say that, let's say in the first 15 boards, there are some messy positions, but also some quite normal. Maybe it's a moment that we just check that camera once again full screen, so the game between Delgerdalai and Finek, and we can then switch to another section. So I see that White is watching second game while his opponent is considering what to do. We will now switch in boys under 16. Lucy, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I was actually trying to find who is getting the most points to their rating so far.
Okay.
And if I'm correct, it should be Beniosev Daniel from Latvia, who is gaining already 129, almost 130 points after 5 rounds that we said, and he's currently sixth in the category Open under 12 with 4 points. So yeah, it's probably gonna be interesting to watch him play because I mean 130 points, that's a lot considering it's just the sixth round. So
Yeah, because sometimes basically you're playing your rating set pairings. You are favorite, but basically you're playing against player who is like 200 rating points underrated. So sometimes it's quite tricky to play when you know that rating difference is high, but your performance difference is not so high since your opponent is playing fantastically that tournament. So it's a moment to switch to under 16. Any comment there? Anything?
I
Anything
mean,
you want to add in under 16?
nothing crazy. Like only that all the boys from under 16 from Armenia, which I wanted to mention because if I'm correct, Armenia should be the most successful federation so far in terms of points to their rating because like almost everyone is gaining and gaining a lot. There's like four players, if I see correctly, who have over 90 points to their rating already. So yeah, it's really
Yeah,
nice to see.
yeah. When you're mentioning this, Lucia, there are some players, some countries. For example, I don't know. Let's say that you're playing. I was playing as a grandmaster. I was representing Croatian national team, and we are playing against some countries. So basically, you have like top players. Let's say that you are playing Austria. You have Rager. You have Dragnev, and so on. Then you're playing against Italy. You have Vocaturo. I don't know, some other players, and some countries put on like fourth or fifth board like 24 50 player. Okay, and then you will know, okay, this country doesn't have enough grandmaster, or for this event top players are not ready to play, so they invited an IM 24 50, and you are playing against 24 50 player. You got used to play that type of players in some open tournaments and so on. But for some countries, when they play like a player 24 50, for example Armenia, I don't know, Georgia, some other countries, then you are pretty sure that this player is underrated. And I know some cases where I would see like a player and 24 50, and then I would ask, I know, someone who is following that countries a little bit closer, for example, Azerbaijan, and then we'll say, this guy, come on, he's working with that grandmaster, he is their national champion, and he's, I don't know, at the moment, his rank is 2550. So, like you mentioned, Armenia, I'm not surprised because there are some countries, like before it was China. I know that when I was playing in Spain. It was Oropesa de la Mar next to Valencia. It was World Championship. I played under 16. It was 1999. And Dominguez was playing, now representing US like a top player. Ponomaria was playing, but maybe he was playing in a stronger group. But I know that there was one Chinese player. He came there, no rating, and like a no rated player. And then after like 6 rounds, he was having a perfect score. That player is Nihua, who at some stage become 27 country 100 rated player. So you know that some countries rating is basically not maybe the precise I would say show of strength of your opponent. So I'm not surprised that Armenians are doing good in this type of event.
Yeah, me
And
neither. I just wanted to point it out because it's great to see, right? It's great to see, young players gaining experience, gaining rating because that's what this tournament is about. Oh, actually,
exactly.
we have. Sorry to interrupt you, but one game has already ended, and that's the one
Okay.
we're currently watching, actually. So we have the
Okay.
result.
Okay. Let's check this game. How Magold is doing against Carl. Let's see what's going on or what was going on. So it was 97. This line actually was sort of invented by Pavel Elyanov when he was 2700 player. He started to play regularly. I was playing that line against him like 15 years ago, and that time it was unexplored line. But then a lot of players start to combine Queen's Gambit and Cambridge Springs Slav defense, and now these days is just becoming like a main repertoire of many uh, players. The point is after bishop f4, bishop b5 was played by Elano against me, but it's also possible to take on c4. So bishop, so cd5, ed5, bishop f4, and knight b6. Okay, possible, but a bit surprising. E3, bishop f5, bishop d3, and once again we have this scenario I mentioned when white is ready to exchange the light square bishops. He cannot count on a serious advantage, but okay, still it's normal position, and black was happy, not happy, but uh, quite satisfied with the opening outcome, not wanting to force anything after 95. So the draw was agreed. What do you think, Lucia? Do we need some rules regarding a draw offer, or this is maybe too rigid that we don't have a draw offer in this type of events? Or if players are ready to steer a game in a draw, they will find a perpetual or liquidation, and you're just prolonging something which is inevitable.
Yeah, I actually think the second thing you said, that if you wanna want this result, want the game to end up this way, you're
Mhm.
always gonna find your way. And if it's gonna take 20 more minutes by playing some equal line, which is really well known, I don't think that changes the quality of the tournament at all. Uh, I mean, it's hard to say. There's always someone gonna be disappointed, or who won't agree with the decision either way. So I mean, I don't really care about
Got
this
it.
topic. Yeah, so what do you think?
Yeah, of course, as a commentator, as people behind the screen, sometimes you want to see some more drama, but the problem is with chess that the draw is somehow quite a normal and expected result. Uh, yeah, it's actually that question is not only directed towards you chess. It's an eternal question for top players, for others. Yeah, it's not easy to say what is the best cure for that, but just we would like to see more more fighting chess. That's basically it. But I completely understand some players that in equal position they don't see a point of taking some risk. Anything in chat? Anything?
Uh, Not so far, but I mean, I agree with you on that one, but like in this kind of tournament, there's so many games that I don't think one quick draw is the problem. On the other hand, if you have some close tournament of the top players where you have like 5 games, it's always a bit sad to see it end up so quickly. And also, I would say for the organizers, for sponsors, it can be kind of an issue. But in this type of tournament where you have thousands, thousands of kids playing, like it gets lost in the huge amount of games. So
There is one. Yeah, you mentioned right. You mentioned super tournaments. You're right that there people are really eager to see some blood, some fighting chess. But the thing is, let's say 20 years ago, on top there were some players, some guys who played so many games between each other every week, rapid blitz, classical chess. But somehow now we do have some prominent stars who are around, who came around quite early, quite young, like Prangananda, like Abdul Satorov, like some others, Gukesh, and so on. And basically, the bonds between the players is not so strong as before. And sometimes when you have like your generation and you play like 100 games between each other, you're already exhausted, and sometimes yeah, you started to play for a draw. But now they don't have any history. I would even say some kind of big friendship around. So I think that's at the moment. If you check like super tournaments now, one is in progress in St. Louis. Uh, Basically, they are playing. They are playing. Okay, they are strong, and it's not easy to prove advantage on the board over the board. But basically, they don't have some history between each other that this guy was helping that guy for a world championship match, that the players are playing for the team for 10 years in a row, and so on and so on. So I think for a viewer, it's one of best times in recent history regarding top tournaments. We really have players playing interesting chess, and we don't have players who are there to score 9 draws out of 9 to say rating and so on. So everyone basically is playing. So before it was mainly Magnus. So I think that times are good for like top chess now.
also it's really easy to watch them. It's really accessible for almost everyone, I would say. It's streamed everywhere, commented, you have cameras, so it's really like you almost experience it as if you were in the room with them. So that's also really nice to see.
Yeah, they're becoming like global brands, and people know role models. Before it was like photos, maybe as you said, maybe some videos, but not like everyday routine that you see how they're coming to the playing hall, what they are doing after the games, and so on. So that was hidden, and now you really get a lot of information themselves. I know that Vidit was putting some videos from Zagreb where we had Grand Chess Tour. That someone greeted him and said to him, "Good luck in the World Championship match." But basically, of course, he's not playing. It was Gukesh, so he put some video and then some. He added some new another info. So you are getting some content besides like just chessboard and moves. So it's easier to connect. You mentioned that you follow Nakamura regarding his stream. Do you have any other player to maybe prefer in terms of his games or her games?
I mean, I also really like to watch like our national championships because it's actually fun to watch people you actually know in person and you know them as people, not just as chess players. So it's really nice to watch national championships and national tournaments. So that's what I watch mostly, I would say. And I actually saw the World Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi in Dubai because we were there for the school team World Championship, something like that. And we got the tickets to see them play, so that was also
Yeah,
awesome.
cool. I was also there. Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was very interesting. Unfortunately, Nepo completely collapsed, so Magnus just swept him over the board. But yeah, it was. I guess it was very cool experience for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just that.
I just wanted to say that when you see it in person, it's really afterwards. It's weird to watch it on the stream because it's nothing like being there in person. You know, the atmosphere, and especially at this kind of tournament where you have just two people sitting in this small closed room where they cannot see you, hear you, and it was super weird. I would say like unique experience. So yeah, and after to watch it just on the live streams and whatever it it was nothing like the like real thing. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. Although I heard also that some people were sort of complaining that. Because sometimes when you are watching from some streams and from like user experience, you do expect that there is chess atmosphere behind that there are a lot of I don't know chess vibe around with bars and so on, and some people are sort of complaining when they see the venue besides this like broadcast parts, that somehow they are lacking this beside game I don't know content and commentaries and then maybe hanging on and so on. So yeah, because I know some people are actually planning their holidays. Okay, let's go there and we will watch the candidates or world championship match. And sometimes expectations are quite high. And when you see the in at the venue some uh, tables, some content you might not expect. It's not like what you expected.
I mean,
So it's
it's obviously really different based on the country that is hosting the event, the town, the city, the organizers. It's really different, right? And this was actually a part of the Dubai Expo, so there was a lot of things going on, as you obviously know. So I mean, it was the only time I got to see such an event. What do you think? Is it like this everywhere, or was it just this
okay. I
specific?
visited few. I visited some candidates, world championship match. That one. Um, yeah, depends. As I said, for an ordinary viewer, if you don't have like chess scene experience, that you know persons, you know where to go, you know already some people, then of course it might be hard to get what you expect in terms of whole day concept content and maybe after the game. But as I said, I'm quite deep into the chess world, so for me I can message someone, I can go for a lunch or for a dinner or hang on a bit. So I always like to be present. For me it was also some kind of dream, because yeah, before like Gary Kasparov and Vishy Anand, they were like my heroes from the first time I was following their match 1995 as some kind of kid, a little bit closely on our television and in some bulletins, watching the games, books, to be let's say in some kind of relatively close relation, to hang on with them. It was memorable for me to drive in Chennai Olympia 2 years ago. Vichy, as I'm really having a great relation with him. He's a great person, great hero, great player. Invited me to drive every day to the playing hall with private driver and hanging on, asking some questions. So in terms of of that. And of course, when I was doing commentary in European events and Magnus is joining my TV studio, then it's of course like a memorable experience. But I know that also for other person, just to be close, so close for, as you mentioned, some people, and then you see them on broadcast, but next day you are like 2 meters away from them. It's something, it's really cool. They're all coming to Zagreb because Zagreb is having a grandest tour tournament, and all the players were or will be there. This year Magnus unfortunately couldn't come because of known reasons, but Gukesh was there, MBL, Giri, Caruana, Nepo. Yeah, so it's somehow you also get used to that you see them like in your close
Like they're
distance.
just your old friends. Like, how are you? No,
Yeah,
nothing
that's
special. It's just
yeah,
Carlson walking around.
exactly. So it's cool, but they are really humble, and yeah. Now the Olympiad will start in Budapest in in 2 weeks, and many of them, practically all, will be present, and I think this is special thing. So Magnus, really kudos to him. He's like a great leader for his club Offerspiel, also for his national team. Pity that he cannot make some great result with them. But I know that he's very eager. But in Chennai Olympiad, there was 2 playing halls, maybe even 3, and somehow Norway dropped to playing hall number 2, and he was there to play in that playing hall with not great conditions like in the main. Not enough space. Every player, every visitors were around his board. Security checks are longer, and so on and so on. And so it's also like special that you're playing maybe against Magnus or next to Magnus. This is something memorable, and the Olympiad is
So is the
really
Olympiad your
special.
favorite chess event, or?
Yeah, okay, depends. Since Magnus is playing for Norway, for European country, I even prefer more European events because then in terms of organization, things are going much more smoothly. You have one hotel, maybe two next to you. Don't have like these transport issues. Crowd waiting for buses, for toilets, for I don't know, some meals. So I prefer more European events where you could see like top players as well, but in some little bit more comfortable conditions than in Olympiad. Yeah, but anyway, you see some people from the different continents, which is also, as I said, special added value. Let's check the games. Let's see, Lucy. Let's see what's going on. I will now briefly check the third board because we have a draw as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, another draw. So players are thinking that yeah, no need to risk. Players with black pieces are not unhappy with the draw, while with white, who knows, maybe they came to the board, prepare 3 sharp things. If black plays fourth one, what to do? I will steer game into draw, and that was maybe scenario which just happened. You never know. This is the issue when you analyze some things and you don't have like feedback from players, from coaches. So what was your plan? And this was typical also for my way of playing. You cannot have weapons in all lines your opponent play. So you target one of two his openings, and if that happens, you are ready to attack. You're ready to maybe play some novelty. But if your opponent plays something you are not capable to prepare, you don't have anything up your sleeve, and the tournament is in progress, then you say, okay, if he does that, I will steer a game to a draw, what to do. And that happens, and then people come to you and say, why you with white? You are just wasting your white pieces. You don't have any. You cannot play like that. And of course, then you say, on my defense. I prepared that. If that was the case, he surprised me. That was not his main repertoire. Recently, he played something different, so I didn't know what to do at so. So it can also be behind the curtains. So I would love to know what was the scenario. This is the line I played also a few times. The point is to offer Marozzi, but then you can play some other lines, and the point is after knight d4 to play accelerated dragon. Queen d4 is the main difference when the knight is not on c6, but then this knight f6 line on e5, there is knight c6, so knight c3, and now there are different moves, but knight a4, d6, e5 is known that it secures some small advantage to white because he or she will get two bishops, small advantage, but okay, usually it goes this way, and then you have this type of position. But also here, bishop b5 castles. This is sideline, also known. But yeah, black came very well prepared and offer a draw. White can play knight d5 or bishop d2, pawn up, but serious compensation. Knight is ready to jump to c4, pressure over c5, which is not easy to get rid of. If knight d5, rook c2, knight take e7, king h8, small plus for white, but again some liquidation around. Yeah, another draw. Let's check the second board. Is maybe Marco ready to exploit this situation around him with a win, or even Javier with black? dc4 against solid line, b5 I mentioned, queen f5, f4 was played in group under 14, e5, this is all known. Opening tabia, these days everyone is playing slightly better for white, but still quite complicated. We will check this game. Let's see, 4 board looks better for white. Bishop f4, sideline, not playing c4. White was playing useful move, and to stop before later, that's why this a5 was played. So if you push c5 takes, okay, bishop e5, tough move to play. Interesting position. Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, black hasn't had a second to think until this move. Like he played so fast and he already has 30 minutes time advantage.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, Lucia, before, that sometimes, if, as I said, if this is an advantage, let's say with maybe undefined structure and so on, but when the structure is defined, sometimes this time factor is not so important, because then when your opponent is not safe, but is aware what will happen next, how the game will move on, then this time factor is not so important. If the structure is flexible, here it's sort of defined. So I place my knight on d3, I block it, I'm ready to maybe push on the other wing. So it's sort of flexible. It's not
So
fully
you don't think that's
flexible.
gonna be an issue for white?
Yeah, it's just it's not fully flexible. So as I said, white now defined, or let's say decide about the direction. I'm playing a light square strategy. I have a blocker, I have a bishop, and I know that I will play this type of moves. If you push, maybe you are just weakening your structure. So in terms of unclear position and time factor, I would say that here advantage is not so important. I maybe can find you. Okay, here in this type of position, if you have like 40 minutes, then it's not so not easy. So here, time advantage tells more than in this case. This is my opinion. So when it's flexible, or here, for example, if one player has a half an hour more on clock, it can be a serious advantage because it's sort of flexible, a lot of potential for some breaks, for some sacrifice. So this game is to follow. This G5 was known from Judith Polgar games, Kasparov, even Bobby Fischer. Interesting position to follow. This one unclear, so white has some space advantage, but also some awkwardly placed pieces. Yeah, unclear positions. Maybe it's a moment. It's a moment. I'm curious if Kobe Smets has anything to do with Jan Smets, who is now captain of Netherlands team and will be a captain at the Olympiad. Very strong player. I think 26, 50, 50 was his career high, and he came to Zagreb and he's regularly following Anish Giri as his second. So I know him. We were also chatting in Zagreb. This opening is quite curious. This is this martial attack from triangle. Before triangle was played by Alexei Drev, who was like one of the biggest specialists, experts in Slav defense, and Semislav more, and he was playing triangle himself. D takes 94, bishop b4, bishop d5. Magnus played against Vichy in Chennai match for his first match against Vichy 2013. Magnus played this knight c3. I think it was like maybe third game or something like that. It was an end game. I think it ended up in a draw. I'm not 100% sure. Vichy was of course ready for like forcing line, but Magnus knows what to do and he sidestepped it and played knight c3. At that time, complete slide line. But of course, Magnus knew at that time that it's not wise to go into forcing lines with Vichy. I remember when we were driving, I know that match was played in some maybe Crown Plaza. I'm not sure which hotel. Hilton. I'm not 100% sure. And then I asked Vichy, and that hotel, let's say Crown Plaza, where is that hotel? Do you go there sometimes? And he said, we don't go there because he lost this match. It was like a heavy blow at his home ground against Magnus in his hometown, and then I think he just wanted to forget it completely. And it was funny how he said, we don't go there. Yeah. So Bishop, also there was an interesting story in 2000 and 2009. There was European Individual Championship in Germany, in Dresden. I played this championship. I played it quite well, and it was funny that I think Duško Pavasović, Slovenian grandmaster. He was around 2600 rated. Played this against Lukman Veli, like top player at that time from Netherlands, close to 2700, and he played this line with black and won. Won with black. Great game. He was expert, Duško himself, in these semi-Slav structures. And then in 2 rounds, he was playing against Moisenko, who was also 2700. but at that time the games were not published so easily. For example, you would need to go to the tournament website and then to download the games, or there were some links where you could follow live games. And he was not acting professionally. He didn't download the games from that tournament. He prepared probably from some previous tournaments, and he played this line, not aware that there was Dushko's game against Luke, so he was lazy, and then he repeated practically all the moves and lost the same or similar way like Luke Conavelli. So to win against two almost 2,700 players in 2 days, and in the same way, yeah, Dushko was waiting for like a top bomb, some novelty or something to just be yeah, he was so concerned to be shocked what will follow. Is there some special novelty? And then yeah, but it was basically just his opponent was lazy to download the games and lost the same way like his yeah, his player a few days ago. So that's like a funny story I recall from this line. Bishop e2. I know, for example, here that there are many lines, many moves. Bishop a5. There is even this crazy move. Yeah, if you take, it's a checkmate, but of course, black won't take. So here, bishop d6. This is all known. I was playing this, and actually, I think that was the game also. Povasovic, Van Veli Povasovic. Okay, so you need to be very well prepared to play this line with white with black. I think that in general, players from Holland, from Netherlands, they are very well prepared. They know the theory, so I'm not surprised that black is choosing that line. Lucy, anything to add, or we can switch to under 18 category? Maybe some camera to see what's going on.
I think so far nothing too crazy. Everyone is thinking. A lot of
Yeah,
players are just walking around. Nothing crazy.
yeah. Let's
Yeah.
let's check, guys. Full screen camera under 16 boys. Is there anything special you notice while I'm preparing to switch to boys
Well, unfortunately,
under
the
18?
first game is over, so the one we can see the best is kind of over, so we cannot see too much. But we can see the game on the second board, which is Materia Marco from France with 4.5 points against Habans Aguera from Spain with also 4.5 points. Yeah.
Okay, so let's switch to the strongest boys under 18. Let's check
Oh,
the
and we
game.
have also one result already.
Yeah,
Wow.
on fifth board, let's see. Sicilian knight is this Sveshnikov line. Knight b5 is the main move. So as known, you can enter Sveshnikov this way, but also you can enter it the way that you play e6 and then to sidestep bishop b5 Sicilians, which white can play here, Rossolimo. But then in that scenario, you're entering this position where there is this line and e5, which is very sharp and not easy to play. I know that our Croatian best grandmaster Ivan Šarić is very good in playing that line. Also, I don't know, some other like Alexei Shirov and some other top players. It's quite complicated to play. The main line goes this way. Now this is the move, and king runs, which is a bit crazy, but this is how it goes. Also, it's possible to play this bishop b7 way. Yeah. Now, of course, you take your pinned. You're dropping the piece. So that's why queen c6. looks slightly better for white. This is known, but once again, stronger player in terms of rating with black. White player 100 rating less. Yeah, sometimes this is a factor which decides in accepting a draw offer. This one is more complicated. This is like one of the sharpest things in chess. This knight of very complicated, and yeah, here some time advantage can be very useful. Black is 20 something in plus. Second one, small plus for white, but nothing tangible. This is a draw line. Again, black was not unhappy with this outcome. Okay, sometimes not easy to avoid the draw. So probably just bishop e4, it's a draw, or in these scenarios you just kick the king away from the center, also sort of draw around. This one, what's going on here? Nimzo Indian, h6, yeah, sidelines. Magnus, I think, was playing this in some other place like Mamedyarov. Okay, a little bit more challenging since it's complicated. f4, brave, but probably best. White is better here. I'm curious what will Nikolaos do in this situation. What will Matthias do in this position? Here, okay. Rouser, my pet line, bishop d7, f4. Okay, I was mainly playing b5. That was my move. As I told you, we wrote a book about it. Actually, this bishop e7 was known from Spassky Fischer in 72. The point is now that white is putting pressure over dark squares, over light squares, pushing f5. If you push e5, then d5 call is in white favor. Usually they play f5 here, and then even with g3, bishop h3, trying to put the pressure on that square. But bishop d3 played. Long castle, typical reaction, but I was not a fan of castling queenside. Knight d5, if it works, is probably good. Yeah, but white wants to control the dominate over over light squares. This should be better for white, or at least is unpleasant for black. Here, which opening is that? Knight c3, knight h4. Okay, yeah, looks dangerous for black. Knight g2 probably is bad. If you later, queen g3 will be played probably. I don't know. Let's say bishop d2 would be tempting from my point of view. And now maybe somehow okay, but it's not easy to prove sacrifice. This one, typical advantage in Catalan style positions. Okay, this one looks already much better for white. Queen b3, e3, cd, b6. Yeah, and now, for example, after castle, you must probably take, bishop takes, queen somewhere. Looks already bad for black. This one, FM from Italy, but former Yugoslavia origin. I recognize the surname and name. What's going on here? That's a mess. We had this line. Yeah, complete mess. This is like 19th century style play. Yeah, very crazy. And they are blitzing this. Is some kind of theory. Yeah, both. Hopefully, it's not some kind of just draw to repeat the moves from some games. Very strange, but we will check that one. Anything you want to add? Maybe it's time that we check also some younger categories just briefly. So, guys, you can check the playing core for a moment. I will prepare you.
Younger categories, you mean under 12?
I was thinking maybe to start in the youngest, under 8, just to check. So, guys, you can see the board. So let's see how our youngsters play, because when I was 8 years old and now when I see how they're playing 8 years old, I don't think that I was even close to that level. Okay, but this is interesting. Bishop on d3. Okay, they're trying to put some pressure. So let's check. If knight goes to f5, takes, queen takes, probably knight. Yeah, it's sort of drawish, but okay, white, you cannot take here. I'm threatening knight g6. You need to move. And I can take, huh, white drawish. Let's see this one. Okay, normal position. Not many mistakes at the moment. Equal material. Okay, let's see how this one went. Building up a battery. Rook c1, nice move to place the bishop on b1. Preparing b5, maybe a4 is an option. Threatening a checkmate. Rook d1 doesn't feel right. Somehow knight e5, f4, it's more to the point. Okay. a4 now. Knight g4, nice. Yeah, the level of play is quite high. So maybe it's,
Actually, I can maybe
yeah.
mention that Kapelinski, the player with black pieces, is already gaining 120 points, which I wouldn't say is a surprise because he's doing pretty well and his rating is compared to other boys in his category maybe a bit lower. So, yeah.
Let me check my player, creation player. How is Marino doing? Let's see. So Caro took on d5, h3, not allowing bishop f5, g6, okay, castles, rook e1, knight d2, knight f1. Okay, very solid. Giving up a bishop, not a great idea, but before, yeah, you should watch out when moving your pawns. Pawns cannot go backwards. Now the issue on c. At this moment, everything was sort of solid. Maybe this move was not necessary at the moment, but of course it's not easy to live with the knight on f4. Yeah, maybe it's a time that we switch the category. So let's check. Let's check boys under 10. What's going on here? Sicilian, Sveshnikov, main lines. Yeah, everything theory. Okay, classical chess. Here Same position, similar position. English. Okay. Okay, queen d2. Cool. That already they're aware the way how to fianchetto. E5 fighting for a d pawn, d square, 4 square, but knight d5 is now an option for white. Okay, the level is quite good. Here, sideline with bishop c5. Usually they play either bishop b4 or d6. Slightly better for white, but still, okay, this level of play is quite good. Okay, now going back. Here, black started to drift. White started to drift. Okay, unclear position. And let's move to last category, right? We haven't followed. Follow, it's under 12. Let's check under 12. Caro-Kann again, but this time advanced. H4. Okay. Here, yeah, all known. Okay, black is doing fine, but this queen e6 is the typical motif. Okay. Maneuvering. Ooh, interesting idea. To play the knight g3 move. Complicated. Okay, this is known. Slav defense. Known from Morozevich games, Geifand games. Okay, white is probably better. Here, classical. This is also known King's Indian for Kasparov, Karpov Kasparov games. Rajabov was also playing this line. Yeah. No position. This one is Queen d3. I was explaining you guys. You can check yesterday's 2 days ago broadcast. I explained you that after Queen d3 a6 might not be the best because knight c6 is giving a pull to white. So that's why I was playing bishop d7, because now usually queen from d2 goes to e3 and g3, and here it went in one go after queen d3. Just better for white. If takes e5, maybe not the ideal, but still very tough position for black. Here it's some kind of mess. Okay, English opening. Okay, let's see how my Croatian compatriot is doing. Okay, playing against open Rui Lopez. 92. This is also known. Yeah, this was played in many lines. I'm pretty sure that his father, I.M., has prepared him. Yeah, that was played in many games. I know, for example, that there was a game in European woman individual when Stavrolat Solakidou played it with white, gaining a winning advantage, and then misplayed it. But hang on, sorry guys, I was showing you the wrong position. Eric is on 8. Golubovic from Croatia is on 8 board, playing with white Catalan. Okay, much more solid. He's much more solid as his father. Rook d1. Also, coach Grandmaster Kožul, who is working for Croatian Chess Federation, is preparing him. So I'm quite sure that they prepared some lines. Okay, 91. Not a great approach. but probably, yeah, no advantage here. I think here he lost the advantage. I think you need to take on d5, and now something. Is it bishop f4, bishop e3? Here he lost all the advantage. Yeah, Lucy, anything to add from your side?
I don't think so. No, it's nothing so far.
Okay, so
Maybe just that we went through the game of Beniosev Daniel, with who I mentioned is gaining the most points, I think, in the whole European Championship so far.
which board is
The
that?
sixth birth. I hope I'm
Okay,
not wrong. I
yeah,
can check.
okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So he's playing with white, this close Sicilian, which went into, let's say, English direction, opening, okay, developing pieces, playing lightware strategy. It's strange that black took with the e pawn, because when you take with the c pawn, then you're having an open file. Queen a5, interesting idea. You cannot play b6 because I take, and I'm also threatening knight b6. So you need to solve your issue. You cannot play this probably. So you need to move the king. King was moved, but now strange decision. He allowed this crazy stuff, but very complicated. Okay, I like how he plays. He likes to play some original chess. Yeah, I like it. We will follow this one, hopefully. Maybe it's a moment that we check the playing hall just to see bird view, and maybe afterwards to go for a short break and then to come back with a girl section. Anything you see from the playing hall which cross your mind?
Nothing too crazy. What about you?
Okay, what I see that there are players, there are players walking, but I mentioned this few times that in top events these days players are much more off the board than in youth categories. Somehow on top they are walking around quite a lot. So here I see that mainly they are focused. They are sitting at the table. It's now almost 1.5 hours after the game has started. Yeah, I see that they are having accreditations, right, on their neck, around their neck.
Yeah,
This is all.
it's.
What was your
I mean,
routine? Would you like to play with it, or you put it aside and then take it?
I don't mind it. I always have it on my neck to not lose it, or don't break it or something. I mean, it's usually you need it throughout the whole day. You need it to access the playing hall. You need it to get the dinner, for example, or whatever.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
yeah, I don't. I don't even know I have it on my neck, so I don't
Okay,
mind it.
good. Yeah, I was mainly keeping the accreditation in my pocket, or putting aside. Somehow I was not feeling so great with it, but yeah. Okay, I see some another Croatian kid player playing with the Croatian jersey. Somehow it's not so hard for me to notice it. Yeah, I see many playing with Spain. Spain jerseys. I know. I noticed
Yeah,
few
from
times.
what I noticed, the Spain and Turkey, they always have their jerseys on, and usually it's the
Hmm.
red one, so you can always put them in the crowd. So I
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
noticed it already the last time I was on European Championship. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, it was funny in and nice in some events. For example, teams and Olympiad when Italian a team they were like playing with yeah, really nice jackets, suits, and it's like in football, they are somehow putting the trends, looking nice. So we were somehow laughing, oh, how they are always placing trends, and it would be cool to have that type of the jersey or jacket or something. So it was nice design. Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah, let's have a break, and then we will switch to a woman section. See you soon.
welcome back after a short break to our live commentary of the European Youth Championship in Prague, Czech Republic. Today's sixth round, and we already saw a few really interesting games. And now, in the second part, we're gonna move on to the girls category, which, if I remember correctly, are really excited about, especially one game in girls under 14.
Yeah,
So
exactly. You're completely right. Kesaria and Maria are fighting there, Lucia. But let's go to the playing hall. Let's check the bird view to see just visually how many games are still in progress. It seems that not many have finished, right?
yeah,
When
I
you
mean,
check the
so
playing
far
hall.
I know just about three of them actually, especially in the first boards. That's two in the category under 16 boys and one in the under 18 category. And it seems like that's it, right? It seems like all
Yeah,
of the games
yeah,
are still going.
yeah. When you just check the playing hall, yeah, basically still many players sitting at the board, which means that games are in progress. Okay, sort of, we are in the middle of I would say, some kind of game progress. So, yeah, still a lot of things ahead of us. Maybe we can just briefly go through others cameras full screen as well. So let's start with next camera. It's girls under 18. We will follow the games. Do you see anything you want to comment there?
I can maybe just remind people who can we see on the camera, if that's okay. So, girls under 18, we have Alexandri Dimitra from Greece playing against Orian Noga from Israel with 5 out of 5. She's leading the tournament. She is 1 point ahead. Uh, so yeah, that's gonna be a pretty interesting game. We're gonna get to it real soon. Then we have camera number 4 with girls under 16.
Boys. Then we have boys under 16, right?
Oh
Then
yeah, camera.
next camera is boys under 16.
Yeah, but
Um,
there's not much to see because the first game
yeah,
has already ended, as we said, with a draw. So yeah, not much to see there.
yeah. And then we have girls under 16.
Yeah, and we have Tetskladze Mariam from Georgia. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. It's really hard for Europeans, I would
Yeah,
say, to
never
pronounce
mind,
it.
never mind. Yeah,
Again, Shotka Klara from Poland. Shotka has 5 points as well. So yeah, again, that's gonna be a pretty interesting match, hopefully.
yeah.
And
Other
the
girls are
last
sitting.
camera,
Yeah,
yeah, and the last camera should be the category open under 14 years old, and then we have there we have two Czech players playing against each other, Finek Václav against Delgel Dalai. So yeah, again, hopefully that's gonna be also a pretty fighting game. We already kind of had the chance to look at the game in the first part of our stream.
yeah. It seems that yeah, things are still far from decisive. Let's check the games in under 18 girls. So let's see the first board. Yesterday, okay, or 2 days ago, sorry, yesterday was a free day. Orion Nogas, she was having a tough moment at some stage, but managed to get over it. And now she's playing with Black, playing Rogozin. And yeah, this is known. Black in some stage counts not on taking to c3, but to play bishop b6 to take on c4 and push e5. Here, queen b8, interesting way. What do you think, Lucy, in this situation? Is queen b8 sort of known motive, or it's over the board inspiration? I'm quite curious.
I mean, if I see correctly, she spent 10 minutes thinking about the move. So
Mm-hmm.
it probably can be both, and it it's hard to say what the players know about the positions they play, you know. But I mean, yeah, I didn't know about the motive, so. But on
Yeah,
the other hand, I don't play this opening, so it's hard to.
yeah, it's cool because usually we want to go forward. Here, Queen is acting as a rook, supporting a pawn push. Yeah, quite interesting way approach. Took on d5, h6. White is enjoying a stable advantage, I would say. So yeah, it's not an easy job for Arian to move on. Next
Yeah, but
board.
as we
Yeah,
saw yesterday, she has no problem holding the position and
yeah.
waiting for her turn. So,
Yeah, let's count, Lucia. How many times we will say yesterday when there was no round? So I did it like twice. You did it now maybe only once because yesterday there was no round. So we were always saying yesterday
oh,
she managed to survive.
yes.
Yesterday, okay, let's count. Now I think we are on three. So it will be 10 in the end. I'm quite sure. Somehow we got used to it that every day you play chess, but for players I think it's nice that they have a day off.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of hard to be aware of the free day when you're not, you know,
yeah,
physically on the playing field, playing in the playing hall. So it's it's hard to
yeah,
keep track about these things.
yeah, guys. uh we will say it a few times more, so don't be too hard. uh Once again, we need to mention that subscribe to ECU channel. In future we have some big plans with ECU Chess TV, and you will get used to visit the channel to get some content. So it's useful that you subscribe, and we are ready here to answer some questions, to provide you some answer. So yeah, also if you have anything in mind, write in chat. Don't be shy. I see at the moment we don't have many comments, right, Lucia? Only few persons write in chat, but yeah, let's encourage our viewers, subscribers to write something to support your players, your countrymen. I don't know, to maybe suggest a game to have an eye on. It's up to you guys. Okay, so second board, it's sort of mess. So since of course taking on c3 is on table, white is trying to play on initiative, since this king really looks that it will stay stuck forever. The game to follow. This one is looking dry. Some draw is around, most likely the result. Okay, this one a little bit more challenging. It looks like it was King's Gambit, but it was Scandinavian with Queen d6 and then very shy d3 move and Bishop e2, but an f4. Very strange concept by White. Combination of moves which is not so often seen in this line. Very strange. Came sacrifice, which might pay off, but yeah, black looks very good. This one, yeah, draws are now, although the ladies are fighting, draws are around. This one looks better for white, but hard to say. Any game, Lucia, you want? Okay, let's check this one. Hang on. This is Dutch defense, and there are many sign lines besides G3, which is the most common. There are sign lines with knight C3, played by Ivan Sokolov, for example, a lot. Bishop G5. E4.
Oh, it's interactive, but I actually think I played this exact line against this exact opponent. Yeah, last year, last game of the European Championship. Yeah, if
Okay,
I'm
great.
correct.
Give us an insight. So this was the way how it went.
Well, I do not usually, yeah, I do not usually play d4, but since I noticed the opening opponent plays, we kind of decided to go for it, and I needed a win in the last game. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how exactly it went. I'm sorry,
Okay,
but yeah, I
this
mean,
is yeah typical way. So
yeah, I
my
mean, it was pretty similar if I remember it
and
correct.
what was the result?
Yeah, I won actually, so
Bravo, good job.
thank you.
So takes bishop e2, threatening bishop h5, queen d2, long castle. Okay, white is slightly better, but it's also c6. Strange idea to revive, to make this bishop more alive. I don't know. Now it looks just white is much better. Knight f3, g5 needs to be protected. And now probably the issue is rook h1, since after rook h1, knight f4 is a threat. And how do you parry the threat? Only this way. Okay, complicated position. Engines will, of course, immediately find some deadly blow, but for human, it's not so simple. But okay, game to follow. Here, who is better? Probably black is not worse. Yeah, pawn up. It looks good.
Radia, just to remind our viewers, is the one who played yesterday, not yesterday. Sorry.
Which one
Played.
is now? Now we're on fourth. Okay, I'm counting.
Yeah,
Four. 2-2
yeah.
is now result. Okay.
Okay, she played the fifth round against
Okay.
Orion Noga. We actually watched the game really closely. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
she's
was
doing pretty well still, even though she lost. Yes, she lost the two, 2 days ago. She's doing pretty great. Yeah.
yeah. It was a tough game to handle, tough blow. But of course, after the free day, you you can recover. It will be interesting. Maybe it's a moment that we check full screen. Let's see the camera. Maybe under 18, it's our first camera after Birdview, right?
Yeah, it should be
Now
camera number 2.
let's check the full screen. Since now, okay, the time travel is still not around, but it might be. So, what do you see? What do you
I mean,
see?
we can
Some
see the first
nervous?
board.
Do you see something which might look, I don't know, strange, or maybe can
I
you
mean,
read something?
not really. Girls look pretty focused to me. I don't know how about you, but I mean, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, let's go back to let's switch the section. Let's go to under 16. We can conclude that here there are many interesting things. So let's check under 16. Any game uh, you want to immediately point out?
I mean, definitely the first game, first board should be the one to follow because Shotka is leading the tournament and she's the only one who has the full score, meaning 5 points so far. So definitely the first board should be followed. And for me, it would be girls from Czech Republic, obviously, but yeah, that's kind of personal, not based on anything, any interesting games. or how would I say it? So yeah.
Okay, so when I check the position, it seems that we are having this. It looks like a Berlin style position where e pawns have been exchanged, and it's a bit disappointing since there is not much going on. White seems to be slightly better, but I don't believe it's anything tangible. So, yeah, here I would be very surprised if anything except the draw will be the outcome. Let's check the second one. It's much more interesting. Here we have this a6 g5 style of play, first sacrificing d5. This is known. Now bishop c4, knight f3, g takes f3 is possible. I don't know, 4 years or 50 years ago, they will just throw you out from the chess club saying, boy or girl, come when you learn basics. But these days, engines are suggesting so many different setups and different ways. So doubling the pawns became like a normal way, normal approach. And you see that you have some potential for attack over the file. So here, castles, knight b5, c6. This is very interesting how black just started to attack on the king side, and I like that approach since it might be very solid for white, and engines will of course fight back very easily. But human when see some storm coming suddenly becomes nervous. So yeah, I would be happy with black. This game most likely won't end up in a draw. This one looks, hang on, looks that black has a exchange up. Okay, let's see what happened. This line Bobby Fischer played with black. Okay, so what went wrong for white? Black developed. Okay, still nothing. Oh, f2. That's an issue. If you play this, bishop c5 is coming. And white decided it's a moment to sacrifice and trying to gain control, but I don't see any chance she will survive. How is Saren doing? Black player with black pieces. How is she doing in terms of performance? It seems that she's playing quite well.
Okay, her performance rating is 100, 2100, something
Mm-hmm.
around that, gaining something over 50 points. So yeah, she's doing pretty good so far,
She
as
made
well as
one
her
draw, right?
compatriot.
She made two draws.
She actually lost once against Shotka.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
So she played against.
Also, her compatriot Yildiz on the second board is doing also pretty well, gaining 75 points also.
Okay. So seems that she's doing quite well in this position with black. Rouser or no, queen b6. Okay, line Judith Polgar, Boris Gamefund, Gatefund were playing. The idea is to kick the knight and to play sort of tempo down, but if white comes back with her knight, then black will be a tempo up basically. And sometimes white is missing her knight to be able to create some attacking possibilities. Okay. I just got a message from captain of Croatian head of delegation. I am Golubovic, father of Eric, who is playing board under 12. Remember, I mentioned that he took a medal in Blitz. That happily messaging me that he organized shooting, photo shooting of whole, finally whole players and whole group, and he sent it to our federation. So yeah, pleasant memories. Nice. That's always cool. Sometimes it's of course more easier, better to do it before the event, but it's not easy to gather everyone in that hectic first day.
So
First
that
day.
might be the reason why a lot of Croatian players have their jerseys
Exactly,
on. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, now we have an answer. Yeah, somehow I can get an answer easier for Croatian group instead of Sweden. We are waiting for info. So, guys, once again, to remind you, if you're watching this and you're from Sweden, we don't know why Sweden is only participating in open section or boys section with many players and no one playing in girls section.
I'm actually curious if Czech Republic is also gonna do the photo shooting because they have 130 players. So
But
I don't know how
but
that would be organized.
can you check in statistic? I can check it as
I can
well.
check it. I have them open, so anything you can ask me.
How many Polish players are around?
Poland have I mean 77 if I remember correct. Yeah, 77. There's
Se-
the
it's
yeah.
in the open or in open plus girls.
It's overall statistics.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Poland actually usually has a huge federation go into the or the representation go into the tournament in the last years, as at least I noticed that. So they actually have more players in Czech Republic than Slovakia, which is kind of surprising, I would say.
Exactly. Okay, so let's move on. Here we have this position where, yeah, it's quite solid for black, but very complicated. You can easily get wrong. But here, remember my point, Lucia, that half an hour with not defined structure. This is quite flexible. You cannot play like on autopilot that you just automatically make some moves, because here every move is important. Basically, you don't have like a small break, and in this type of structures, half an hour really can be a big asset. Next board, it's interesting because Peglau sisters played in Mitropa Cup. They were representing German team, and I know that I don't know in which sections others are playing, but I know that they're quite talented. And what's going on here? It seems that black is just winning, right? How this happened? I think it's a big chess family, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even three of them. You can check maybe are in alphabetical way. Lucy, please,
Okay.
of all groups, how many of them are playing? Well, we are waiting for the answer. Let's see how this happened. It was not so clear. Oh, shutting the position and then realizing that queen a4 is coming with a devastating effect. And here, missing this c4. c4 was necessary, and maybe this is a fortress. Maybe it's not easy to break through. But this way, Black was on time with this sacrifice to create an open position. Now it seems that Black is winning. Any other players from? Okay, let's check next position. Complete mess. Alekin's defense, as I mentioned before, girls are playing much more interesting openings. Very different approaches around. Some of them playing like mainline, some of them trying to sidestep the preparation. Okay, this is a huge mess. Hard to say. Okay, surname I'm quite familiar. Not Sprzeczka Emilia, but Tamara Jankovic, my surname. This time coming from Serbia, not from Croatia. And yeah, she's doing great. No, she's doing bad. She's white. Seems that she's under heavy fire. Lucia, any other Peglau?
Yeah, actually not the Peglau sisters, but probably her brother, Peglau Paul David, in the open category under 12.
Mhm.
Yeah, but there's definitely more girls. I know I played against them, but I'm not sure how many of them.
How many are
To be
here?
honest.
How many are
Here
here?
only Peglau Cherries and her brother, I would say Peglau
Probably
Paul
brother,
David.
yeah. Okay, got it. Thanks. Okay, how this game went? G5. Yes. Brave and great. Knight S2, it's not the move you want to make. And it seems that black attack became overwhelming. Yeah, now it's tough. How do you fight against Rook H3 and now Queen Rook H2 just checkmating? So, will black play Rook H2 and how fast? Lucia, can we play a game or maybe try to guess? So, how quickly will black play Rook G2? What do you think?
I mean,
This, this is just
I would
winning.
take at least 3 minutes to think about it just to be sure. And she has enough time, I would say, so she has nowhere to rush, but I don't know, maybe
Yeah, I would say that this move will come in 2 more minutes maximum. So now she's 40, 43, let's say 38, something 49. I'm quite curious to see will she spend more than a minute and a half from now. Rook G2. We,
unfortunately we cannot see it on the
yeah,
camera.
yeah, we could maybe try to find somewhere
On the bird
on.
view.
Yeah, yeah, but it
I
won't
don't think
be.
that's possible among all the players.
Yeah, maybe we could somehow guess. I'm trying to dig. It's girls under 16, right? Or 14? Hang on,
I mean,
which group?
16, 14
Yeah,
is
I
your
see.
favorite.
Or bird, yeah, on bird view, it's board number 7. We
Hmm.
can see it on bird view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Black is thinking. We can actually we can put it on full screen bird view. So let's do it. Full screen bird view. It's you see girls under 16. It's our bottom right second row. Now the arbiter just stood.
Oh, and we have rook takes g2 on the
Root
board.
X2. What's the time on clock? Okay. Yeah.
Not not much time spent.
Yes. Let's go back to the board. So Rook G2, Queen F3 played. Okay. White also realized that The storm is coming now. Some rook g6, rook g7, doubling the rooks, or h5, which probably just curtains. Anything else here?
We
Oh,
have
yeah.
a question in the comments, and that is, could you check board 6 under 16, please? Thank you. Just not sure if that's meant for girls or the open category, so if you can specify it, maybe.
Okay, let's check. Now we are girls under 16. Let's check, is it girls?
Okay,
So
so board number 6.
board number 6 is this one. It's I touch it a bit. So it was Alejins and crazy fight. So I'm not sure who is better at all. It's sort of mess. It's very messy. Uh, let's let's switch to open section, right?
Oh, we can.
Yeah, let's switch to open section to check is this open section request. So I'm switching to open section or boys under 16, and
It should be Elias David playing against Tabuenka.
yes, okay. I think we were following that one. It was knight h4 stuff. Black seems to be doing fine because pieces are awkwardly placed, but white has more space. And if you don't uh, play well, you can suffer. Yeah, I'm not sure what was the request here. Yeah, black is doing more than fine. Black is doing more than fine. So guys, please be more specific for next time. And of course, we are ready to help. It's time to change the section. Let's go to the game. I'm so curious to follow. Let's check girls under 14 with Kesaria Megeladze playing with black against Maria Kuznetsova. Let's check that game. So, Sicilian, Najdorf, no, Rouser, my Petlan. I'm quite curious. During, let's say, my development as a grandmaster, I started to play this Rouser Sicilian when I was already maybe a FM. And then I was playing different type of rousers, and then I started to work with Grandmaster Kozul. He was at that time European champion. Okay, a year before or that time, and then uh, he showed me his how they call this Kozul suicide variation, because at that time no one was playing it, and I started to play it. Give him some support in developing some ideas. He already have many scalps, Shiro Short, Nigel Short, and some others. And basically, I also became an expert. And at that time, maybe him, me, Nevednici from Romania, grandmaster, maybe one more, and that basically it. But after like some period, some grandmaster like Maxodlo, like some Indian grandmaster, and then even Magnus played it against Anand, and so on and so on. And these days, people are playing it much more often than in my times. So this became like a viable alternative. And this bishop d7, b5, yes, this was the line I was analyzing. Now we were playing rook c8, h5 besides the main line. Takes, f5. Here, sometimes in theory says that queen e1 is a move with the point is to jump on d5. And let's say that you play some move, and then after takes, this is the trick. And if you take the bishop, then theory says that if you provoke e5, okay, or not theory, but basically we were developing theory. If you provoke e5 with pawn on f5, black is great. If the pawn is still on f4, black is busted. So here, this is the point. And okay, we also showed some great tricks. For example, f5. Now, why let's say e5, what's the point? If black here takes on d5 and white takes with the pawn, I mentioned this, the pawn is already on f5, black position is great. I won against some rapid against 2650 players. But if black manages to take with the piece, then white is better. White plays c3, a3, and suddenly this bishop has bigger potential than black's bishop. And remember, in endgame, this pawn will always be lost, because with the king you will need to run somewhere else, and then this pawn is lost, and basically you're playing an endgame opposite color bishop's pawn down long term. For example, after bishop d3, queen c5, f5, I showed one trick, e5. Now white would love to come to d5, but after bishop d5, again the same position. So white can play bishop e2, trying to take on d5 with the piece, but black plays rook c8, and you are not on time to take with the piece because c2 is hanging. But here there is a system not many grandmasters know, maybe only few, how to take with the piece, and it's really great. And actually we wrote it in a book. It's bishop f1. Kožul showed me that motif, and now I want to jump with the piece. If you push before, I jump, and whenever I take with the piece on d5, I'm better. So if you want to stop and you play rook c8, same trick, to be able after knight d5 to take and to attack on c2. There is this queen e2 motif, and then after b4, knight d5, I'm ready to take again with the piece. This is like some complicated stuff, but it's very useful for players who want to improve. So f5, e5 is dangerous to play because, as I told you, knight d5. That's why we were playing like queen c5 or b4. I was playing and so on. Rook g8 sideline, but usually not a great. Kožul played it a lot. I was mixing it sometimes. Now queen d3, but it's sometimes useful to check if your opponent is maybe memorizing or too well prepared, but you think that you can maybe sidestep to get her out of the book. Queen d3, queen h3 was the idea. I'm not sure that this is a great idea. Kožul was sacrificing in me as well. A lot of time this h pawn, that means that white will lose a lot of time, and then you create something on the other wing. Rook e1, mixing motifs. So at the moment, white's play doesn't feel so great. I would play e5, but then maybe rook d1 again, although it seems that black gains some tempo. But here, long castle was not my cup of tea, but some players are playing it. Queen e5, sacrificing, trying to play with two bishops maybe, f5, d5, king b8. Interesting play. Bishop g7. Okay, now black position looks sort of ideal. Knight e2, good move, preparing knight f4, f5, knight c3 back. Very well played from both sides. Bishop h7. Okay, very complicated position, and I like the way how they fought, but there were some better moves. But anyway, now it's sort of critical moment, half an hour on the clock. Although it looks cramped, it's quite useful against this bishop activity. Probably black needs to push e5, but now she's worried about rook f7. Complicated position. Also, black can easily go wrong. Okay, I can play this. And then who knows what's going on. It's not easy to live with the rook on f 7th ranked. Yeah, not so easy, not so simple position. Is there anything else besides that? I would love to sacrifice the pawn. Complicated position, really, really, really complicated position. But hang on, I'm checking the second board where Vujovic is with 2 minutes on clock. Is this?
Against Sigmund with 1 hour. So
Hang on. So
it
let's.
looks correct. I was going through the game and it looks like it should be
Okay, this
correct.
is all known. This is all known. Yep. Yes. Sacrificing. Bishop g3, but was maybe on bishop f4 was not maybe precise, but still unclear position. But now black is checkmating, or h4. h4, h3, but this looks really scary. Yeah, the thing is now this advantage on clock hour, whole hour, is something which looks really, really promising for white. But the thing is, it seems that she's completely lost. And when you are deadly lost, then it's not easy to find a way how to keep the game going, except some tricks. Okay, e6 will be played. E6 will be played, trying to somehow combine this with f file. We don't have them on camera somewhere, right? Even in birdview. Okay, we have them in birdview, right?
It's hard to say. I mean, are there?
Okay, let's go full screen, guys. We'll find them. So they're just in front of the chief arbiter, Marco Biagioli. You see on the first table, there is a sign G14, girls 14. We see Kesaria with black on the right, Maria on the
Okay.
left. Kesaria is shaking her her leg, and it seems that Vera Vujovic is quite confident. Basically, she's okay. Now she's a little bit back to closer to the board. Okay, this group is quite interesting. Any remark from your side?
Well, maybe that Vujovic is the first seeded in her category.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's let's uh, let's get back to board. So has something changed on the first board? Okay, rook h7, rook h8, bishop g6. Black is still thinking, while on the second board, same goes for white. Yeah, this looks scary. Really, the way how pieces are cooperating is fabulous. Although, of course, discover check also it's something which looks very promising for white, but not much to exploit. Okay, let's check some next boards. Here looks that black has managed to control the center. Here the draw is most likely the result. Here black is just completely winning. How it happened, which opening it was Sicilian with c3, and king was tucked in center. Oof. Two rooks, both bishops cooperating splendidly.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have a
Mhm.
request in the comments for a game, so maybe later on we can move on
Yeah,
to that.
okay, we
Yeah,
will.
it's in the open under 14.
We will. Thanks. Next one, Mariam. Okay, sort of opening phase. Sometimes trouble might happen. Let's see how my Croatian player is playing. Just to remind the viewers, Lara took gold in rapid and silver in blitz. So it was very successful for her. She's playing quite strategical chess, but also knows how to attack if the position is sharp. So has something changed here? Not much. Here white is thinking. Yeah, okay, maybe it's a moment that we switch to another section. And of course, we can keep an eye on this one. So let's switch to girls under 12. So first board, classical stuff, interesting position. White should be better. Bishop pair, majority on queen side, but still black is quite solid. Second board looks just winning. Domination over light squares. Okay, what happened here? White seems to be just, oh, very greedy from black, but probably good enough. But now this is what I'm teaching my students somewhere, some players I'm mentoring. When you uh, when you conquer some material, it's a moment to play solid moves. If the position is equal, then play adventurous moves. So night before you play if the positioning material is equal and you want to outplay your opponent, then you are deciding about some maybe not easy solution, complicated social solution. But when the material is not equal, already position is complicated in one, so now it's simple moves are also giving you a chance for a win. So night before, it's not the move you make in this position, you make it in equal position. Okay, suddenly this knight became a problem for black, and yeah, basically black was for like how many moves, for last 10 moves, playing only with queen and the knight. Very tough position by black, but the game still goes on. Okay, this looks better, but they're playing like the sharpest lines. Black is a piece up. Okay, Nimzo Indian. They know this line is like known, but something backfired. I don't know what. Sacrifice a piece for a mating attack. But there is no mating attack, unfortunately, for white. Here there is. Okay, Catalan. Yeah, just went wrong. White is playing very good. Do you know Alisa Levchenko?
No.
She's
It,
playing.
the surname sounds Ukrainian to me, not Czech.
Okay,
So,
well, maybe she's newcomer to your list, rating list. So let's see Okay, this one was a mess. Well, this looks like a coffee house game, but it seems that it's just winning for white, completely winning. Okay, let's just briefly go to another section. Let's check uh, under 10 has something going on there. Okay, games are deciding. Who is leading in that group? Let me see. So girls under 12, under 10.
Under 10, it's Chen Yuefan from
Okay,
Germany.
so it's sort of direct encounter, right? If Rana Bakshi,
They both have 4.5 points.
yeah, if she wins, and it seems that it's just winning a piece up, uh, it seems that she will win, she will lead, but who can catch her?
Also, Ahmadli has
Mer,
4.5 points.
Merbiran, right?
Mhm.
Meriban and okay, here is unclear. There is a tactics, but still far away for anything serious. The material is equal. Okay, here unclear. Okay, let's switch to the youngest section. Let's switch to the girls under 8. Here we have many decisive results already, and here is Lil from Georgia, Svanadzel 5 out of 5. Yes, she is. So she's sort of close to lifting the trophy because she will be in the worst scenario a whole point ahead of the trailing the field, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see how she plays. Okay, this looks a bit bad for her, but she managed to came out.
Tedesco was actually the number one seeded in this category, so this was probably, at least based on the ratings, the hardest game of her tournament.
Mhm. Oh, nice tactics. Just winning the queen. Yeah, tactics decides. Here, white is better. Here, white is winning. Clear. Okay, maybe it's time to get back just to get back to open section.
Maybe we should check out the recommended game in
Yeah,
the
let's do it.
comments.
So let's check
So
let's check uh, open section under 14
it's board 15.
and the request for the game under 15. How is Mahmoud Zade Yunis playing with white against Vasis Mikhail? So what do we have there? So let's check the opening. It was King's Indian, Bishop G5, a bit sideline, but of course possible. Usually they say you can collect the bishop if you are not in castle and your opponent, because if you're a castle you can get under attack, but also you can postpone taking. White can provoke it at some stage, but you should wait as long as you can. Okay, normal position. Black is fine, but white has sort of Marozzi advantage. Okay, provoking d5. Complicated position. And now black went for attack with h5. Okay, I would be a bit worried. Interesting move. Allowing queen b2 because I see the point. If you take on b2, knight d6 is coming, maybe even immediately. And the point you cannot take with the bishop because you're not protecting the queen any longer. If you take with the pawn, you are allowing the pin. Okay, h4. The position is screaming for some tactics. Let's say knight g5. But black plays here. So knight f6 takes, I can win the queen, right? So that was missed by white. The situation on clock, how many minutes white spent. So basically white was playing very good game till this moment, and it was time for a blow. How many minutes? 7 minutes, and he couldn't find knight f6. Okay, sometimes you cannot find because you don't believe that there is that type of move. Okay, now black took a chance to come out. Okay. And we have this position. Unclear position. Probably it's a bit easier to play it with white, although black is a pawn up. So let's say that I would love to be black, but I need to be in a good shape and to handle a clock. So white might be relaxed in sort of that it's the ball is in black's court, but of course white is a pawn down and needs to be aware that there might be a momentum. If you miss the momentum, like he missed knight f6, if you miss the momentum and your opponent manages to regroup, you might just be a pawn down. So that would be like comment. Can you give Lucia, please, the situation on rating, how they are doing, Yunis and Mikhail in?
Yeah, give me a second, please. Yeah, Jonas is gaining 60 points.
Okay.
And Mikhail is actually losing 36 points so far.
Okay. Okay. We will see how will this move on. Any other request?
Not so far.
So maybe it's a time that we have a 10 minutes break, and then we can check boys under 18 and some other group. Okay, guys, let's have a break, and we'll come back quickly.
live stream of the European Youth Championship in Prague, Czech Republic. Today is the sixth round, and as we saw earlier, there are some really interesting games we should follow. So we're gonna check it out now. Uh, what category are we going to start with?
Yeah, let's see. We'll start with now boys or open under 18. Guys, you can write in chat if you have anything interesting, maybe your countrymen or I don't know, some relatives, family, friends, or you can maybe give us some tip which game is more interesting than others, or there is some interesting outcome, or how it was 2 days ago, and in obviously completely winning position, black just ran out of time. Yeah, so let's check the first board. Uh, Clock time on clock is sort of even, but the position looks like completely messy. Although opposite square bishops do tend to, in some stages, to liquidate to a draw, but here a lot of heavy pieces on board. Complicated, really complicated position situation in that group. Lucy, is that white is leading, right? And we have some result. We have result on the fifth board, but I think we already mentioned this.
Leading the tournament, he has half a point more than Sokolovsky, who is right behind him.
Yeah, if Balazs manages to win, to pull a win here, then then he can afford maybe even a loss or some bad day in office, and still he will have a good chances to win the event, especially also if in case of sharing the spot, it helps if you were always on top. Probably you will have like better additional criteria. So yeah, he might be doing good, but of course position is still completely unclear. Although in this type of structures, for example, or positions where the knight or piece lands on, I would say, like half, or like a strong part of the board, making your opponent position, putting it on half. Usually, the defensive way to fight against it, to sacrifice the exchange. That sacrifice wouldn't be so dangerous for white in case the king is perfectly safe. But here, queens are on the board. At some stage, that motive might be a resource which will give black some reasonable counterplay. In the meantime, we have a result on the second board, right?
Yeah.
It's a draw. Has something changed there? No, we were already mentioned that this draw is the most likely outcome, which also put pressure on first board, because second board is drawn, fifth board is drawn, so not many players who will be able to catch Balazs in case of his win, or come close in case of his win. So it might even happen that he will be a pawn. He will be a clear point up. But now I see that we have another result on the next board. So what happened here? Let me remind you of the opening. Okay, it looked very unclear, and okay, basically it looked much better for white after f4, but it was far from clear. Okay, short castle. Yeah, two bishops, no outpost for opponents' knights. G3 is one, but it's far away, and at the same time flexible position, not close position, which means that, yeah, it was suffering for black. Very good game by Nicolaus. How was his tournament? How was his tournament? Against whom, Lucy, he has played in previous round? Any loss?
I'm gonna mention the rounds starting with the round number 3 because they're the titled players start. So
Mm-hmm.
in the round number 3, he played against Razafindra Matimote from France. He's an international master. He won actually against him. Then
Mm-hmm.
he played against Talmach Richard from Czech Republic. It was a draw, and then again a draw against international master 11 guy. Yeah, and now as we can see,
Okay.
another win. So
Yeah,
yeah,
he's on fire. He's on fire. He's playing well. Probably next round he will be paired against top players, top leader. So let's see how he brought home the bacon. Yeah, just basically it was just piece up. E6 was a killer. E6 cutting the defense, distracting the pawn from f7, bishop e6 runs to f5 tactics. So just e6 was probably missed by black since it's controlled by so many pieces, but suddenly uh, black is losing on precisely that square. And yeah, just winning for white. Easy win, piece up, and nice tactics. I like it. Queen at 7, and that's it. Very good win for Nicolaus. Let's see how fourth board is doing. Okay, white is a piece up, pawn up, but it's far away from anything. Most likely the draw, but still the game goes on. We have some other positions. Here, white is completely winning. This one ended up with a win for white. It was Catalan style. How Malek Jan is doing. Unclear position. Both kings are suffering. Time trouble already is for white. Here, white is just winning. Okay, so first board unclear, but white is probably the one who is better, although this rook e6 will change the position completely. Any remark regarding boys under 18 from your side?
I think I've mentioned so far everything
Yeah, so
interesting.
let's jump to the next group, to open or boys under 16. What's going on there? We had a draw on the first board, quite quick. Then we have better position for Marco on board second, board number 2. Okay, still better for white, but there are some hopes for black as well. Time trouble around. Then we have a draw on the next board. Already we followed that one. This is a new. Okay, so remember what I said. Let's Lucia, let's check the clock, time management. So black was a half an hour ahead here, and then he burned immediately 26. Yes, this is as I
Yeah.
said. He was probably unhappy with, not unhappy, but not. It was not obvious for him how to proceed. So that means that he thought that this is sort of critical moment, and he burned his advantage on clock. Okay, then next move, you see, next move, and then already they were at the same clock situation. Yeah, sometimes if you have clear vision where will your position be directed, then it's not a big deal to be a long time. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Say it that way. What's going on here? Piece up with Daviti and hang on. Knight b7 runs into rook d2, and you cannot come here because of rook d8, and you need to be in connection with what was the situation a few moves ago. From the beginning it was a piece up. How black lost a piece. It was that Sicilian. Knight f5. Hang on. Knight f5. If I take. Check. And then probably bishop e7 is just, yeah. Okay, still a bit. Yeah, nice tactics from white. Although black was sort of favorite in terms of rating here. In the end, black prevailed. Maybe what happened? Oh, he forgot. This is also typical and maybe useful for our viewers who are not so experienced as a club players. Why we make blunders? So blunders are connected with two things: blunders in terms that you make mistake, and in terms that you don't exploit opponent blunders. So you can be on the right side and the wrong side, but it's important that blunders do happen on the board. So why you make blunders? Because you don't register your opponent's move, so you don't get right information from your opponent. And second would be that you don't expect that your opponent makes a mistake, and you don't don't believe that there was a mistake played by your opponent. This is very typical. Your opponents blunder a piece, you don't mind. You're not focused on his mistake. You do something else, and then immediately see, hang on, I could have won a piece. This is typical, not exploiting opponents' blunders. Why? Because not checking have your opponent missed something in his last move. But why you make blunders is you don't ask yourself what is a threat. So here, black played knight c5, and sometimes you don't ask yourself, or you get the information wrongly. So here the case was wrong information. So white was targeting b7, protecting the rook. That couldn't be played a move ago because the rook is hanging. So after knight e3, you protect the rook. So you're threatening to take on b7. Your opponent played knight c5, and you're getting a wrong information that this move is connected with the defense of b7 and of attack of a4. And you don't see that this is a real threat. This is typical. Your opponent attacks your pawn and threatens a checkmate. You think that his right intention is connected with the pawn, you protect the pawn, and suddenly you got checkmated. If you would got the right information, checkmate is his threat, you would, of course, done something on the other side. So here, wrong information. This is very useful example. Black got his opponent's intention wrongly, and after rook d6, he resigned. Very useful, guys. This is the way how you will get rid of the blunders, and you would exploit opponents' blunders. Very tough loss for Slovenian player, because Slovakian. Sorry, I saw the flag wrongly. Next game is Slovenian player. Sorry. Next one, Slovenian player made a draw against Ireland, right? So that was a draw. Then we have another position, very complicated. How is this encounter doing? Remember, guys, we were following this one, commentating how black is ready to play this super sharp line, and black was ready. It seems that Yeah, Black just played a very good game and outplayed his opponent. Sacrificed two pieces for the rook and just, yeah, collecting. There are some issues. This might not be easy to win, but Black is very close. Although we could have a rook and a bishop against a rook, this type of endgame. Anything here before moving away? Let's check this one. Not so clear, but Black seems to be solid. I'm not sure. And all others has something finished. We were not following a few moves ago. This one was done before. This one as well. Unclear. Better for white. Is it the moment to switch to another section?
Time I can mention the standings of this category. We have 7 players with 4.5 points, so it's so far pretty equal. And since there's many draws, it's gonna be interesting until the end.
Yeah.
And the leader of the tournament is at the time Materia Marco from France.
Okay. Good. Let's check the next group. Let's check boys under 16. I think
Uh,
we should.
this is the group
No,
under.
sorry, boys under 14.
Yeah, and maybe we can uh get the camera because we have the close-up camera of the
Okay,
category under 14.
let's go full screen. Let's see what's going on. What do we have there?
So we can see or partially see Finek Václav playing against the Dalai. And yeah, I mean, pretty important game for both of them and for the Czech Federation in general, I would say.
Can you tell
So
us more about coaches? Which coaches are available for Vaslav and maybe for other players? Do you have that info?
I have, but I don't have the particular. I don't know what particular coaches work with the boys on this tournament
Mm-hmm.
because you usually work with the coaches that are available, but usually especially the stronger players, decide to work with their coaches. Like I mean, with the coaches they work normally with. So it's hard to say. I mean, I know Zbigniew Hráček
Mm-hmm.
is working with them. I don't know if on this particular tournament or how it works, but I talked to him and he told me that he's going to be on this tournament. But other than that, hard to say. I can check, but I don't I don't think
Okay,
anyone could
no,
give the
I
info.
just
So
wanted to ask if you have maybe immediately that info. Zbigniew Hráček is a great player, guys. This is a typical player. If you are like younger generation, you don't maybe remember some players how strong were they. He was like 2650 at some stage, very theoretical. He knows a lot about end games, about strategy. Sometimes he could have risked more in his career, maybe some tournaments, particular games. But in general, I know him well. We played maybe once or two. It was a draw. I'm not sure. San Sicilian, but he knows so many lines. Very uh, educated in terms of chess history and classical players. So I'm quite certain that those youngsters have really good support if he's available there. I don't know how, of course, how much time he can spend per each player, but that's a strong, I would say, coaching asset from your country.
yes, Zbigniew is awesome. If we don't talk just about his playing career right now, he is also super successful coach in the Czech Federation. He works with a lot of young talented players, and yeah, I mean, uh, we are lucky to have the chance to work with him. Yeah, so
Let me check how many games I played. Now I'm curious. I know it was once. It was Sicilian. I surprised him with Rouser, different Rouser, and he said that he spent like a whole morning to prepare, and he couldn't find something. He found it something, but then I surprised him. 2 games, 2 draws. So I was black. I was winning. I know it was a draw, and then it was European individual. Which year is that? Dresden 2007. It was a draw. I was white. So we played 2 games, 2 draws. Very good player. Yeah. Okay, let's. Of course, the second game I completely forgot. Typical. Yeah. Let's check that group, right? Boys under 14. You mentioned cameras. How do you see body language? Any concerns on some? We can go. Yeah, we can stay full screen.
I mean, Delgado has to be pretty focused. He doesn't have too much time, so this is definitely not the time for just looking at other games and walking around. So he's pretty focused, you know.
Yeah. Is he chewing a gum or no?
Yeah, it
No.
looks like it.
Yeah. Okay. There are some players, but not many, who are chewing a gum.
Actually, one of my coaches, when I was younger, told me that it's really bad for you to chew the gum because you focus on chewing and not on playing. And so I always have when I see someone chewing the gum, I'm like, oh, that's not what what you should do. But I'm pretty sure Javka, or that's how we call him, because as you can see, his name is pretty complicated. So Javka is, is I think super responsible and knows what he's doing. But yeah. What
Yeah,
about
actually,
you? Do you chew a
that,
gum when you
no,
play?
but that was the reason I somehow this nutrition. I was more focused before the game, and let's say after the game, but mainly before the game. There were few approaches. One was saying that Gary Kasparov was eating steaks before the game because concept was at the beginning my energy. I can be sort of tired because I was eating a heavy food, but I am well prepared. I don't need to spend so much energy in opening. I need an energy later. There are some players who like to eat something light and then later maybe to refill it in some sort of way. But basically, I was mainly focused on what to eat before the game, because during the game I didn't want to eat much, because somehow when I was taking like some chocolate bar or something, or maybe a banana or some different type of drinks, I would be thinking, like you said, I will be thinking more, is it a moment to eat banana? No, I will do later. Suddenly, my thoughts are more focused on that. And then I just stopped. And I would, for example, take something just to refresh me after the time trouble or during the game, maybe some Coca-Cola. It's not advertising the Coca-Cola, but yeah, this was my concept. I was not drinking coffees, but actually later I was checking regarding possible doping, because I was studying sports management besides my economics, and then I had a little bit research what is allowed, what is not allowed. But basically, you can drink few coffees and a few Coca-Colas, you will be okay.
Yeah,
It's
but
not.
actually on the tournaments, especially on the higher level, you sometimes have the option that they have food offered to, right? That you do not have to bring anything and you can just
Yeah, they have restrooms. They call it
yeah.
restrooms, and it's interesting. For example, in Grand Chess Tour, they offer 2 restrooms, because it's funny that some players are not on a great terms with, or that's how organizers are thinking. If someone is not on a great term, let's have 2 areas for refreshing, so that players decide which company or which directions they will take. Yeah, but there was a great story. I was telling this many times about Kasparov eating Toblerone chocolate and having one security guy only following that chocolate, and this refrigerated. But story says that Nigel Short took it, saying that he didn't know it's only for Kasparov. But yeah, okay. So you never know those anecdotes how true are there, but there was a story that Kasparov was having his own chocolate at the fridge, and the security who would take care of not to be taken. Yeah. Yeah, let's move on. Let's see what's going on the boards. First board, it seems that Finek is just in the driving spot, right? Driving seat.
Yeah,
It seems
he's
that
playing. He's
he's
playing.
just winning.
Yeah, he's playing also really quickly. So
10 minutes ahead on the clock. This d5 looks very bad. Knight f4 coming. Yeah, it seems that he's just cruising towards the victory, but we will check that one. Here we have like several time trouble, but it's obvious now. Mikola is completely lost, but we will see how his opponent, how will finish him up. Off, will he let him out of hook?
yeah, this game is still kind of visible on the camera. You can see both of the boys
Yeah,
in the back.
let's check that camera full screen just to see. Here we see 97 play on the first board. On the second board, Black seems to be just enjoying
Yeah.
his time. Yeah, nice time, huh? Okay, let's have the board back. So 97 played. Now we will have exchange and some h5. Maybe it's not necessary immediately. Maybe White can come with the king. So let's say that I take. I can come closer with the king probably as well. But also I can maybe push immediately h5. White is better, but still some technique is needed. Next board, but we see that a lot of games are in severe time trouble. Here, White is on 1 minute. Black seems to be doing quite well. And this is a big surprise if Pavel Swinsky, who is 200 rating points ahead in this game, who is on the verge of defeat. How is Pavel doing and his opponent in terms of, let's say, opposition, maybe the last 2-3 rounds or before?
Okay,
To
so
win
Savinsky
that game?
Pavel is second seeded in the
Mhm.
whole tournament. Is gaining 3.5 points, but we have to consider that the coefficient is different. He has the coefficient of 10. Yeah, and his opponent Zakin Eli from Israel is losing 2 points with the coefficient of 20.
Interesting. So let's say that Pavel has he played against 2300 plus previous to this round,
So far, only one game against Howard from
and
Norway, and it
it
was
was
a
a
draw.
draw. And how about Eli? Any opposition 23 plus?
So far, the strongest player he played against was not even 2100. So
That's interesting. So somehow he ended up on top.
it's because he lost the first round, so he
Mhm.
went from the
Scratch.
lower
Yeah.
lower rated players.
So
Yeah.
he won like 4 games in a row, right?
Yeah. hmm
Okay, so he's on fire.
Yeah, definitely has to be feeling pretty confident.
Okay,
But
we have.
that's great to see. He lost against a lower rated player in the first round, but just got up and and 4 out of 4. That's great.
That's my favorite role. So I would sometimes win in like first 1 or 2 rounds, and then I was on a mission. That was my favorite. Right? Then I was I don't know, Die Hard or something. I would somehow got into that movie style mission, and one by one, that was my like loveliest role I played. Somehow, of course, backfired. But if you manage to collect some wins in a row, then you feel somehow special. I would say. Okay, let's see how on fifth port this encounter ended up with a win for Black, which is no, so sorry for White. Uh, White was better and just crushed him over. Oh, hang on, something was. Some tactics. and then came a mistake. I've noticed that players here are, let's say, like top players, top 5, top 6 players in the groups are really capable for finding a motives for a nice tactics, but sometimes follow up is missing. So all of them can see some hidden motives, unexpected moves, but sometimes this consistency of in combination of four, like 2 3 moves are great, and then one move is completely turning the assessment of the position. So from equal or +1 ending up in a minus. So probably they still don't have this energy or consistency to find one tough move. They can second tough, they can, but then already third move, I think they might play on intuition, not calculating, maybe just making a move which is not the energy behind. It's not the same as in previous 1 or 2. Like here, so black was playing with great energy last few moves, and then he couldn't find here bishop b5 as the only move. It's not easy, but I understand that, and that's why he lost. Let's check briefly what's going on first board. White is consuming some time, not ready to push h5, which is the move you should make. h5, because now I see you targeting, and then penetration will be much easier. Next one here we followed. Yeah, this just ended up with a win for, and white resigned here. Queen h5, king g3. Okay, maybe no need to resign yet, because if I take, you take, so maybe rook d2 is just awful position here. Okay, still black is thinking some technique is needed, and here complete mess. So what do you suggest, Lucia? Shall we stay here in this position, or maybe?
It depends, because white looks like he's gonna think for a while to kind of find the best way to continue. I mean, we can move on to the younger categories maybe, or just do a
Yeah,
quick checkup.
although here is time trouble is really be, uh, behind the doors, so I don't know.
Oh, actually, white just made a move, so
Okay, let's check.
at least on the camera it was visible.
Sorry.
I think it was king g3, but I cannot see.
Okay, so he opted for king d7 played. Yeah, this is also a viable alternative, and then to push. Here, knight d6. Let's check this one.
We actually also can see this game on a camera, or not the game, but at least the boys.
Yeah, I'm now also checking bird view camera, when I would say that at least 50% of the playing hall is gone.
Yeah.
So games are taking the final moments. So what will happen here? Clock is ticking. King f6 played. Black needs to show some technique, but it looks, of course, horrible for white. How is in Czech Republic? Do you have some camps before the training camps before the event?
Yeah, usually, yeah. Uh, usually right in front of these huge events like World Championships and European Championships, we have this big camp where all the nominated kids usually go to, and we
Hmm.
work with the best coaches there are, and it's awesome actually. Yeah, it usually is for like 3 to 5 days, I would say. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, you cannot do much as a coach, but you can somehow revive this feeling that it's serious. And then
Yeah,
after this training, you go to the event, and then you are already in this serious mode. So you know that it's important that you need to fight and do best you can.
I mean, there's actually a lot of things I think coaches can do to help. Like obviously you're not going to teach all of the kids the same line in some random opening you chose. But for example, the last year I was on this camp before the European Championship in Romania. We were or the coach was trying to teach us how to work with the time because it was different. You know, it was the same one actually like in Prague, and it was for a lot of us the first time we played this kind of different time. So yeah, we kind of tried to work with it and played some games with uh in like time time pressure to kind of prepare for this, and it was actually really helpful, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, practical skills, which always helps. So what do we have here? White is trying to muddy the water, uh, but black, of course, has some mating ideas with king penetrating. So quite curious to see. Okay, of course, liquidating to some endgame can also be a system. Blight is lost. Pawn down. Probably also this one is on the verge of dropping. But still, if you are black, you want to be sure that you will win. So sometimes liquidation starts to make you more nervous. So some check is also possibility. Okay, black is thinking, and it's not so obvious where to go. Has something changed here? Not much. The game is much better for white, but black is trying to put the resistance here. Okay, this is some kind of mess. 3 minutes. Okay, they are really long time. Okay, maybe this is a game to follow. While we are here, any results in on top boards in girls section or
Yeah, so for example, in girls under 18, there's a result on the third board, Sikanska against the Excella, and the Excella actually lost, so it's
girls
1-4. Under 18.
which board?
Third.
Okay. So black won,
Yeah,
right?
and actually there's been some development also on the first board where Orion Noga is playing. She was losing, absolutely losing, I would say, and now she's better. She's almost winning. So as I said, like the last time, we shouldn't underestimate her because yeah,
Yeah,
she's just
yeah,
waiting for her chance to make it right, and that's what is happening right now, actually. So
yeah. So we have some results in the youngest categories, under 8 open. Here the games are mostly finished. Under 10 still in progress. 12 boys, not many have finished, right?
yeah,
Under
Kuznetsova is
16,
also still playing.
under 16 is a group where the most top boards have already finished.
Yeah,
And girls under 8, okay, mostly the games are finished. Svanadze is on 6th out of 6. Under 10 still in progress, but mostly finished. Under 12 many in progress. And under 14 Mgeladze against Kuznetsova, the game is still in progress. So maybe it worth paying a visit there. So let's check. Let's switch to girls under 14. I'm quite curious uh, about the development there. So I'm switching to girls under 14. First board. What's going on? White seems to be better, although E pawn is a strong asset. What has happened? So we were around here. Rook f7, bishop s6, interesting way, sacrificing the edge pawn, I like it. And then offering queen endgame, a queen's exchange, which was not accepted. But now black could have taken on f6, but she declined, which probably she regretted. Now it seems that it was just lost completely for black. How on earth she survived here? Okay, Maria helped. Okay, black is obviously worse, but some drawing tendencies are around. All the 2 pawns down. 5 minutes on clock. E3 played. Yeah, it's when this e pawn. I know this from browser. When this e pawn suddenly shows up on the third or second rank, many players have collapsed in that situation. Okay, but it's a bit obvious that Maria is in driving seat, I would say. Yeah, anything, any developments somewhere?
Oh, we can check out girls under 16 maybe.
Yes, let's check girls under 16. Clara, all the games are in progress.
Yeah.
Who is better here? Who knows? Mariam is probably better, but the game is in progress. Here, Shvedova is losing.
Mhm.
That's a big surprise. That's a big surprise, but it seems that Shvedova was doing great, right?
She
But
was, and if I'm correct, she had a medal in either Rapid or Blitz Championship. I'm not
Mhm.
sure about that, but I think so. And yeah, she's also the second seeded, so
Yeah, this is a huge upset. This b6 is not the move I think you should make in this type of position, because after that there is no way out for your king. And yeah, she's lost.
wow, and Orion has just won.
Okay, she was maybe thinking that she can hold this one. For example, I don't know, like this, and then king g3. But here, however, on the other wing, you cannot. Okay, you can play c. Okay, you can play that. But even this, probably this was wrongly calculated. Okay, it's not easy to see this. Yeah, it can be blundered. That after check, the queen is lost. So probably, but okay. Also, already it was sort of lost. Let's see. Yeah, it was dead lost. Oh, nice touch. Nice touch. Rook d7. Okay. How is this one going? It seems that black is just winning. Good day for Turkey. Here, black is winning, sort of, but the game is in progress. Here, black is completely winning. Has something changed? Okay, that's basically it. Here, white is better. Let's switch the category. Any
Maybe two
suggestion?
girls under 18 because Orion has won another game actually.
Let's go there. Let's see how it happened. Yeah, she was just worse, much worse. But as you mentioned, she has not. Ooh, completely lost 7 lives. Really? She survived this?
Not just survived, she won this game.
How? How many pawns? 2 pawns down. Okay, first step maybe in the wrong direction, but no, okay, also understandable. How on earth she won that one? This is really a mystery. Okay, white became a bit passive, but anyway. Oh, she forgot about this. Now it's obvious. What a painful blunder. How many minutes she spent? She was low on time and she spent 30 seconds and blundered a piece. White is still winning because even with some exchange, rook f3 and exchange sacrifice so many pawns.
Yeah,
Crazy outcome.
it's really sad to see she was almost crying when leaving the game, and I absolutely understand after this. Yeah, it has to be really painful after you see you
Yeah.
like, wow.
Yeah, chess is brutal. Chess is brutal. Sometimes you just play 99% of game splendidly and one mistake. We all have suffered that. Uh, Even you can remember, for example, guys Gukesh against Absatorov, Olympiad in Chennai. Basically, they lost the Olympiad gold for that. Vishyanand against Mamedyarov, this Petrov, and he blundered a checkmate. So, and as Vishy said, I know completely how he feels, and the only good thing is that there will be some more. So, when you realize that you will suffer some more painful defeats in future, so one less, let's move on. Yeah. Do you remember any special defeat, painful defeat from your practice, your tournament, which hurted
Well,
you?
I mean, there's been many, 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 and there's gonna be many definitely in future. But especially this year, I played the Czech Championships in my category under 20, and yeah, I was absolutely winning, like against one of the first seeded, I think. It was the close tournament, and I lost like in one move, and then again. So, and I mean, like all of the games I played were really nice. I was really proud of myself, and I just lost 2 games out of 9, like a stupid child. It was horrible, and that's why I didn't get a medal. And actually, in the end, I refused to get a draw to have a medal, and because I wanted to win, and I lost, so I didn't have
Yeah.
anything. So this tournament was awful. Like I actually wanted to quit chess because it was horrible. But I mean, like it's chess. It's like 1 week later, you don't know about it. So
Yeah, only usually problem is last round loss because it travels with you
yeah,
way back home and maybe a day. But yeah, then it's lucky. For example, in some I don't know some sports which is fighting, they have like one or three, 2 or 3 big matches a year, and it's in chess, in tennis. There are many tournaments. You just move on.
yeah, of
Here,
course.
yeah, it was a painful defeat. What's going on in this one? Here it seems that White is winning, but she's low on time. What do you expect here?
I mean, she looks pretty confident, at least from the camera. We can maybe switch to it if you want. Yeah, because we can see both girls clearly. So, I mean, yeah. I think she's feeling pretty confident based on her
Yeah,
expressions.
it seems it will be a win for white, but of course there is still some job to be done. How about fourth board? Yeah, this is just winning for black. Also sort of upset. And then next one, probably a draw. Okay, still maybe even black needs to be careful a bit, but it will be a draw. Yeah, this section, it seems that Orion is doing great, while on the second board, have Tetiana played against Orion?
I can check for you.
Karabuchk?
Not
Skapachuk?
yet. Not yet.
Okay, that at counter. No, sorry. Karashchoni, has she played against?
Also not.
Okay, that will be interesting to follow. Okay, so let's check one section by one. So girls under 16, we already checked a bit, but here it's unclear who will win. That white will win or it will be a draw, but of course white is better. Here, Shvedova is just losing the way we mentioned. The queen will fall, so g7 will be played. Promotes, and check. Nice resource from white. The queen is lost, so Yildiz is winning. Here is just winning rook g4. It's over.
And Shvedova just resigned. So
Yeah, understandable. Here black is completely winning. And here black is winning many decisive games, and here white is better. Okay, let's switch the section to girls under 14. Sorry, girls under 14. Kesaria has turned the tables, maybe, or not yet, but somehow the pawns are really advanced, and there are 2 minutes. Maybe it's worth staying here, but just discuss a bit what's going on here. Black won the game. Let's see the last moments, somewhere around we left. So e6 played as expected. King 8, queen sacrifice, great stuff. Rook h2 is a checkmate. And knight g3. Aha, exchanging the queens way. Oh, blundering the rook at the last moment. And here, what was here? Black was doing fine, but we were not following that one so closely. Oh, king was pretty bad. The bishop was shut. Yeah, nice win by black. Here, black won. Black will win here as well. How is Croatian player doing? She lost. So Lara was better around here somewhere. But what has happened? She sacrificed the pawn, went for the initiative, but then she just f3 was said necessity. But now black was just winning, and now last trick, but queen c5 probably just winning. Let's see last moments. Queen c5 will be played, I guess. "40 seconds." Yeah. Queen c5. Let's check the next game. Let's check the cameras. Anything there?
Maybe we should check out the camera of the girls under 16 category where we can see Shotka playing again Alojzije. Where
Yeah,
we
let's
have,
go full
yeah.
screen.
Actually, also the game got pretty interesting. It was pretty equal, and now Shotka is losing.
Let's check the cameras. Let's move around. Let's see the playing hall. Let's see full screen.
Yeah, so as we can see, like there are almost no games anymore. Like almost all of them have finished. So
Okay, let's get the board back. Let's stay in Caesarea against Maria since we have some events there. So around here, we went h5, rook g8, g4, d4, rook e1. Okay, that was reasonable. Bishop takes. Okay. Yeah, now white is better, but still the drawing margin is quite high. If you take on e3, white, she didn't take on e3. Quite curious. Yeah, she should have taken that one. King b2 played, rook a8. 50 seconds, 1.5 minutes. Pity that we don't have camera. I was checking the camera on the bird view. We can, guys, we can go full screen. You can see that it's like in the middle, bottom left, let's say, right?
yeah, the girl in a striped T-shirt, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they are really determined. Now you see that the playing hall is becoming more and more empty, but still, girls under 16, huge fight in progress. Open section under 14. We have time travel on the first board. I see that they're making the moves quick. So let's go back to the board. So what happened? 93 played. She took the pawn in the end. Before this one is hanging. Now I would say that it might be a draw. Unless some huge mistake happens, which means that, yeah, we might see that I think those two players are much stronger than others. So it might happen that they have an 8.5 out of 9. It won't be so surprising. What do you think? Is it possible that they are much stronger than the other field?
Well, it sure looks like it, especially now after, 5 rounds. But we'll see. Like, anything can happen, right?
Yeah,
The
but
tournament is still not over.
I think if this ends up in a draw, that Vujovic Vera is around, and actually she's which seed? Hang on, she's first
First
seed.
seeded. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. So she's ready to put the resistance there. How is Victoria doing on the? Okay, she made the draw. She's also
Actually, Vujovic haven't played against none of the girls, so
yeah,
we're gonna
yeah.
see some interesting games.
Is it possible to lose this one with white? Probably not. Okay, although two bishops might look scary, but probably it's not possible to lose. Anything in chat? No requests?
Nothing.
Yeah, okay. King d7 played. Okay, so she didn't want to take this route, d6, e5, and opted for d7 route, which might be wrong because now after rook d1, where will you hide? Maybe bishop this. No, bishop d6, knight f5. I'm curious. Rook d1 played. Maybe it's a mistake by Kesaria. Because now you will end up in opposite colors bishops, which probably is also a draw, but you need to work hard. I don't know, d rook a5, you move away the rook, and then I'm trying to set up a blockade, which probably will happen at some stage. Bishop will cover the dark squares, and it's not easy to convert. Probably it's a draw anyway. So king e7 played. I would say that it will be a draw. In that categories, practically all the games are finished, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have some games still in progress on the on this board, but here black is just completely winning.
We still have uh, 2 games on the first boards of different categories, so we should maybe check that out
Yes,
if you want.
sure. Let's do it.
So there's either girls under 16, Shotka against Setskadze, or boys under 14, Finyak against Dagadai.
Okay, this is complicated position. Hang on. It's a dead draw, right?
Yeah, but actually
Even
there was one moment where actually white could have won. I can tell you the exact move. Yeah, go to move 52. Because after, yeah, king
this is a
c3.
draw. This is
Yeah,
a
but
draw. Here, king c3,
mm-hmm. And
and
you
then
cannot take
probably
the
bishop
pawn because
a4.
you capture. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that was a moment, and it was played. Now I think it's a dead draw. I can take on f6 exactly, and I play bishop c5. You move away the bishop. I can play even this. No, I cannot. No, I can. No, I cannot. Sorry, my bad. I forgot. I just played this and I put it's right colored bishop. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, h3 and just it's a draw. So I can just push h4 and then exchange h1 h pawn for the b pawn. It will be a draw. And here Black is just winning this one. White is winning. Checkmate. That's basically it on top boards. So this one winning. I think the category is over.
So we can check out the open under 14 years old.
Yeah, let's switch the category. Open under 18, you mentioned.
14, but 18 also fine.
Okay, let's check 18. So what's going on here? Perpetual. No, it's not perpetual. The king can run to g6, but so what happened? It happened that precisely what I've said, that black will sacrifice the exchange on e6, and because of the king weakness, it's not easy to win at all. And basically, this bishop is very well placed. And now, most likely, it will be a draw, although maybe even white needs to be careful. Here, okay, white is better, obviously, and other games we have, basically we are following top 15 boards. So this one is winning for white. Here there are three games in progress. Which group you mentioned? Under 14.
14 for under 14, yeah.
So playing hall says that I would say like top 15 boards in all categories. We have maybe 6-7 games in total.
Yeah.
So guys, we will follow that. Few more. Let's check boys under 14. Okay, this with good technique, this is probably just lost. And we have a camera there.
Yeah.
Which says that it's tough for black. Although some really precise play is needed. This one is an issue. While black at the same time cannot attack this one. How about this?
Savitsky is still playing. That's surprising.
Yeah, he was lost. But now, still technique is needed. And his opponent is really long time. And we have one more game. What was here, this scenario? Ooh, that was better game for black. And now it's probably winning if black calculates black has enough time. And in top 15 boards, we have 15, the game we were asked. Hang on. It happened what I was predicting, that it's easier to play with white. Was this a game?
Mm-hmm.
At some stage we were around. That it's easier to play it with white since you have more obvious moves to make. And now we in opposite colors bishops, of course, one pawn is not of importance, which means that, yeah, it seems that black got under the fire, but come on, still black is better. Pawn up. White misplayed it a bit. So what happened here? G5. Probably this was missed. He thought that there will be some mating net tricks. For example, bishop d4. If you now play some passing move, I give you check, you go up and bishop f2. Probably he was counting, and then you cannot take because of checkmate. And if you go here, it's checkmate. But then g5, the move, it's possible to forget. And what about f5? How do you... Now I'm not threatening a checkmate because you take and you're on time to run away. So that was a miss. And now king penetrates. Okay. Still playing for a checkmate. But suddenly white became the one playing for a checkmate. What a game. Hang on. G takes f3. Okay, this was also probably good. Okay, white lost the way how to. Okay, he was afraid of the edge pawn. Yeah, it seems that black will lost all his pawns. It reminds me of yesterday's game. Yesterday, once again, I jumped
I've
into.
already lost the count.
I think we are 6 and 7 now. So
Something
this
like
reminds me,
it.
yeah, of Czech Republic player. I think who lost the game with three pawns. This looks just winning for white.
I have
Okay,
actually
this
an update from Open Under 16, and
okay.
Materia Marco has won his game, so he's leading the tournament actually.
Mm-hmm. Hang on. It seems that Pavel has managed to save himself because now I don't see how will you progress. I just sacrificed the rook, and that's basically it. Oh,
Wow.
that will be tough for Eli to handle. What does this mean for standings? That Finek, if he wins, will be
Yeah.
leading. He
Yeah,
will
he's
be
gonna be
leading.
leading alongside of Hog Howard. They both
Mhm.
gonna have 5.5 points. And yeah, they're gonna be leading the tournament.
Yeah, interesting. So, which games we have? How about okay, guys? You might go full screen, just that you grasp an atmosphere in the playing hall, while we will just briefly check. So, under 8, we don't have games in progress on top boards, right?
No, in neither boys or girls.
Okay,
Under
then
10, we have one in girls.
one in girls board number,
Two.
and we have in boys board number 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under 10
Yeah.
boys, under board number 4. This one is in progress. Okay, then we have under 12 in boys. We don't have a game in progress.
Oh, and Savinsky's game just ended, so it's a draw.
Yeah. So in under 12 girls, any game in progress?
There's one on the board number 11.
Okay, under 11, that one we will check. Then we have boys under 14. We have first board in progress and seventh, no, sixth, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Mhm.
And girls under 14, first board
First.
is in
Yep.
progress, and that's basically it. And we have
Also, board
10th,
number 10.
10, yeah. Okay, boys under 16. We have board number 9, board number 10. Girls under 16,
None.
none. And under 18 boys, we have first board in progress and 12.
And also, board number 4.
Yeah, board number 4, sorry, my bad. And girls under
Also
18.
none.
Okay, that means I would say that in total we have around 10 boards, 10 games. So let's go one by one. So let's check boys under 10, right?
Hmm.
There is no game there. There is one game. Yeah, four board. Let's check
Perfect.
that game. It's Larion against Ivanovic. and it will be a draw. Actually, not much is happening there. Rook g6 will follow. Okay, rook g6 can be a move, and it's just a draw. Will black play it? Play it? Not yet. Now probably black needs to take, so he just prolongs the battle. Girls under 10.
10. Hmm.
Girls under 10, anything? Okay, rook g6, this one is over. Let's switch to girls under 10. So girls under 10,
Board number
we
2.
board number 2. Okay, black is better, but hang on, the clock. Is the game still in progress?
Yeah, there can be just an issue with the clock because the result is still not there. But can you see it
Okay, let's
reached
check on camera. So it's group, it's a board under
12?
12, so 14, 12, 12. It's which board is number 2?
Oh, sorry, not 12. 10.
I think the game is still in progress.
Yeah, looks like it.
Girls under 10, board number 2.
Mm-hmm.
If I, it's our left. But the clock was probably. I see they're making moves. Okay, let's switch to the game. You can keep eye on that, Lucia, on that game if it
Okay.
finishes. Let's switch to which section? Boys under 12, right? No, we don't have there. We don't have a match game there. How about girls under 12? Yeah, we have a game. 11.
11. Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's going on here? Black is just. Black is having an upper hand, but still she needs to break through, which I don't know how it will be. So some b5 is needed because here you can just wait, or maybe it's the system to exchange pair of rooks. I would go into that direction. Let's say if he waits, but bishop g7 is coming. So let's say this way. But exchanging pair of rooks means I will drop this one. So I'm not on time to exchange it. This is not so clear how black will. Okay, I can maybe transfer my king somewhere there to be ready to protect. Not easy to break through. Okay, so we will keep eye on this one as well. Let's move to boys under 14. Yeah, I think it's just over. It's 2 pawns. A6 will be played, and then king will move around. This one. Okay. Winning for black. What black needs to calculate.
I
Engines.
have an update for you about the category girls under 14, and Kuznetsova has actually won.
Okay,
So
let's check this. That so girls under 14.
14, the first board.
Won.
Mm-hmm.
How this happened? So it looked. So bishop a3 was just to wait. So she played this, wanted to take on g4, but then, yeah, the pawns were pushed. And she blundered the rook. Oh, that's a great result for Maria. Congratulations. Let's go to the okay. Boys under 14 has something changed. Not much. Here I was waiting some knight f4 to be played, but black is still thinking. We need to go to boys under 16. Do we have a game there? Smets made a
Yeah,
draw, but we have
we
a
have board number 9.
okay. We don't have it basically. It's just game over. King comes to d3 and that's it. So we are done with boys under 16, which takes us to girls under 16.
There are
Anything?
no games.
No games. Boys under 18. Okay, the game is still in progress. Okay, remember I told you it might. Okay, not in this position. That we might have a rook and a bishop. And here, black is winning. What happened here? Which game was that? Pawn up and white lost it. Can you believe? She became passive. Okay, pawn up. Race, and suddenly she lost the race. He lost the race, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Crazy stuff. Yeah, just winning. But let's see how. A2, you must take because I'm rook a3 is a threat. You take, I take, you push. Okay, it's easy. I can't attack, so you need to come to d4. I go. Okay, I can like queen b3. Yeah, I keep you away from the pawn and you cannot do anything. Okay, you can start with king d5, but it's the same. Okay, painful loss for white. So here, this game will end up as a win. Here the game will go. Okay, just check, please, when this one officially finishes. And
Okay.
we have boys under 18. Girls under 18. Anything there?
Not that I'm
No.
aware of.
No. Okay, so we have in boys under 18, we have, let's go to the full screen camera. So we have this rook and the bishop. And okay, now this was the game we were following where white will resign, right? So on board number 6, boys. This is under 14. So what do we have in boys under 14? First game is still in progress. White is totally winning, and is this one? Black is totally winning. Yeah, and let's just check girls under 12, right? I think, or 10, under 10. Was it on 10? Yeah. This game is tucked. You can write in to our friends who are doing live transmission that the game is tucked. Okay, let's stick to I don't know where. I'm not sure where. Boys under 14. Let's stick to the first board. Let's see this final moments. Basically, we are finishing our broadcast since The games are closing, but with camera we can go full screen to uh, open our boys under 14 since there are last moments. Fifth board in this group is finished. We can go full screen. You can see that full screen bird view. You can see that players are just finishing the game.
Also, Stomach has won the end game, so it
Yes,
was in Upper
under
under 18.
18. Yes. So now the boys or open section are the 14, and we have girls under 10. But there we don't have, and we have this. Hang on, we have this rook and the bishop.
Yeah,
It's which group is that? Was that?
boys under 18, the first board actually.
Okay, we got an info that the second board is having an issue, girls under 10, so we won't follow it today till the end. It seems that it's stuck, but what we can conclude that girls under 10, that, yeah, black is probably winning. What would happen? Some king f3, rook b3, king f4. I don't know, let's say rook b5. This is like some possible outcome. And white can wait. Black will penetrate then. Yeah, big chances for. Okay, white can also play this way. Big chances for black to win, but of course not so clear. And we have this rook and the bishop on the boys under 18 at the moment. Which move was that? So they started at move number 70, and now they played 20 moves with not a great progress. So let's go back to under 14 just to follow. Under 14, it seems that it's just game over. Last moments of the game. We can put them on camera. So open under 14, full screen. Resignation will come. Maybe even better is that you are bird view. So let's go bird view. We have resignation. Yep. That's basically it. Yeah, fine win for white. It seems that everything was under control. So,
Yeah, still no
Lucia,
update on the girls under 10.
I suggest that we switch to this boys under 18. Stay a bit there. If not much is happening, we will finish our broadcast. So let's see any moments while we are finishing. You might maybe add.
The last exchange was the 71st move.
Yeah, as I
So it's
said,
gonna take a while.
yeah, 20 moves played,
Yeah.
much more ahead of us. Maybe it's a moment that you just, I don't know, say a few words for viewers because tomorrow I'll be joined by Lena Miladinovic regarding, I don't know, your future plans.
Well, I don't think commentating is gonna be my future at all. So far, I know I'm gonna be preparing especially for the World Championship in Brazil. Yeah, that's basically my plans. Everything is kind of evolving around that. I'm actually finishing up my high school this year, so hopefully that's gonna be successful.
Okay, good. Any
Yeah.
ambitions regarding college? Do you have something special in mind already?
Well, I would
specific?
like to go to the law school, but
Uh-huh.
hopefully, I mean, and then continue to the international relationships and international politics, something like that.
Okay,
But
cool.
we'll see, we'll see. Like
And
I have a lot of time, so
great. And regarding your show up in Brazil, which seed you will be? You will play under 18, right? And
it's
which
my
seed
last
you?
year, so
Which seed you expect to be in the starting list?
well, definitely somewhere low, but that's okay. That's what I
You don't
prefer,
mind.
you know.
Okay. Okay. So, do you have a ticket already? Do you know how will you travel?
No, like I
Not
know
yet.
how I'm gonna travel, but we don't have the tickets yet. That's
So
actually
which
what I'm
route?
going to
Which
do just
which
now.
route are you taking? Which route are you taking to Brazil? It's
But
Florianopolis, right?
yeah, it's actually pretty complicated. We have to travel either from Prague or Vienna to some bigger international airport like in London or Paris, then Sao Paulo, and then Florianopolis. So it's gonna be a long day.
Have you been to Brazil before?
No.
Okay,
I
so
I've
first
been
time.
so far just in Europe and then Georgia and United Arab Emirates. And that's it. So it's gonna be pretty exotic experience for me, I would say.
Great. Uh, okay, last look on the position. Not much has happened. I expect this game end up in a draw, although some possible surprises can happen. Don't put your possible commentating career aside. I think you did a really good job, and
Thank you.
looking forward to see you in this role somewhere again, guys. So Lucy was with us. Tomorrow we will move on same time with different teammate in terms of commentating. My co-commentator will be Lena Miladinovic. You will find out more about her if you're not so familiar, but I guess many of you are. And then we will follow the last three rounds together. And yeah, expecting some unexpected things to happen. Yeah, so cool. Lucid, yeah, have a nice evening and yeah,
Thank you.
greetings
Thank you
to
for
you.
everything. Thank you for guiding me through. It was awesome.
Yeah, great. Okay, guys, so that was it from our side. Follow the tournament, subscribe to ECU channel, and